Thank you. Brian or Steve, can we start with a roll call?
Sure. Miss Langalis,
Here.
Miss Wells,
Here.
Mr. Cantor, Mr. Mishak,
Here.
Mr. Patches,
Present.
Mr. Jordan, Miss Jordan Byron,
Present.
and I believe Mr. Schulman
Here.
last. Okay.
Just a couple of things before we begin. The first, Hector, you'll be able to vote on everything this evening. We have Richard out this evening. Number two, I've received a couple of complaints. Not a real big deal, but I think I'd like to ask the commission members, unless someone walks into the room and you don't want them seen, or something else occurs, I'd like you to show your video throughout the meeting. It just gives the folks who are presenting a sense that we're paying attention. And while it may not be fair to suggest people aren't paying attention because the video's off, nonetheless, there are those who do. So I'd ask if at all possible, you do that. First item is a review and action on applications 2022-46. This is an 824 referral. Department of Public Works, Brook Road and Cannon Street bridge projects. And we have in our packages a resolution to move those forward. With that, I'll ask Paul Sotnick to present the details.
Good evening, commissioners. For the record, my name is Paul Sotnick. I'm senior civil engineer with the Department of Public Works, and we're here tonight, as Mr. Schulman had indicated, to talk about two bridge sites. Back in 2019, the city had a routine bridge safety and inspection reports done for all 26 of our local less than 20-foot span bridges, these being two of them. And based on the recommendations that we received in those reports, we've gone through capital budget requests for funding and had those requests approved, and are going to basically rehabilitate and upgrade the structures. And I can share my screen if you'd like to see the plans. Otherwise, I can just give you a brief description, whatever you would prefer.
Is there anyone who feels the need to see the plans themselves? JJ, you want to see the plans? You're muted.
Yes, please. I'd like to see
Okay.
the plans.
All right, let's take a look at the plans.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Can you people see the?
Yes, we can.
Okay. This is the cover sheet basically for the plans. And on sheet 4, it gives you a brief overview of the existing conditions. This is Brook Road, which is west off of Richards Avenue. And
Paul, can you blow that up just a bit for us?
Yep,
Thank you.
make it a little easier.
Mhm.
Okay. This is the structure that we're looking at rehabilitating right over in here. This is Brook Road, and this is Holy Ghost Father's Brook, running north-south. The bridge consists of 4 30-inch diameter culverts that are in disrepair, especially on the south end of the project. And I'm going to go to another screen right now to show you a little more of the actual work that's being done. And I'll blow that up to make it a little easier for you to see it. This is the road, Bonnie Brook Road. These are the culverts coming down, and these culvert sections have actually fallen off. The chain link fence running across the area now is caving in, and it actually has eroded all of the bank area here. And because of the way the culvert ends are falling off, it's directing water down and has caused a scour hole. So this project, essentially, we are going to redo the embankment wall and put a retaining wall in, as well as the wing walls, and redirect the outfall for the culvert that's coming out so that it's below or downstream of the wing walls. And this is an elevation of what it would look like. So you've got the 4 culverts coming through and the new chain link fence that will be going across the top. And that's basically what this project consists of. We are, like I said, relocating that storm drain that'll be coming out over in this area here, so that it basically allows this area to be isolated with the wing walls and retaining walls. And that's essentially it for that site. Are there any questions at all?
Okay, let's move on to the second one.
Okay. This is the second site. I'll blow this up to make it a little easier to see the existing conditions at Cannon Street at Betts Pond Brook. And the work that we're going to be doing is over in this area, in addition to the reconstruction of the bridge walls and the installation of a new rail for the bridge. And I'll do the similar thing as I did the last bridge and show you a cross section so that you can get a better idea of what is going on in the overall work out there. We'll be doing the end anchorages. We're going to be putting in a new reinforced concrete parapet on the bridge. And on the south side, once again, this area over in here has become severely deteriorated and the wall is caving in. So we're going to install a new retaining wall with the wing walls that would lead up to the bridge, as well as the new bridge rail on the parapet. And right now, what we're going to end up having to do is this has been scoured out so much that there was a tree that was here that's fallen over and since been removed. And there's some severe undercutting of the bank in this area. So we'll be putting riprap in to stabilize it. And we'll be planting 2 new Norway spruce trees behind the guide rail also over in this area. And this is an elevation of what it would look like. Basically, like I was talking about, you've got the pipe that's going to be coming out in the new wall, your wing walls, the new rail that's going to be replaced, and the riprap on the sides to fill the scour holes that have been caused by erosion over time.
Paul, what is the cost of these 2 projects?
The cost of the 2 projects is the base bid is $654,365 even, and the 10% contingency is $65,436.50 for a total of $719,801.50. And those are listed in the accounts that were approved in the capital budget. The memo that I had provided to Mr. Baker, the capital 315 accounts were for bridge repairs. The 617 capital accounts were for structural inspections and repairs. And the 440 account is for water course maintenance. And these were all approved as part of the capital budget. And because of the undercutting at both sites, there is water course maintenance work that needs to be done out there.
Any other questions for Mr. Sotnick?
Hi, Lou, I do.
Sure, Tammy.
I thank you, Mr. Sotnick. Just 2 quick questions, or 1 question really. Are neither of these are emergency repairs, but do you anticipate it's something akin to the project that you recently finished on Rowayton Avenue?
It's interesting that you asked that question. And when we did the 2019 inspections, we had asked to have a 5-year plan put together where first year was do the inspections, second year capital budget money to do for the design work, third for construction, then the less severe design in year 4, and then 5 would be construction again, and then in year 6, repeat the process all over again as part of an overall capital plan. Right now, you're looking at 2 bridges that are part of this project. There were 3 that were up for maintenance and rehabilitation. And the third one was Reworking Avenue, and Tropical Storm Elsa last summer changed that from a rehabilitation to a full replacement. So this would have been a package of 3 to do, except for that ended up becoming a replacement. And this, I can share a picture if you would like to see. Brook Road was actually rated worse than Reworking Avenue. Brook Road is rated a poor in the inspection reports. And if the bank continues to erode, it will jeopardize the road. So this is an actual, it's not an emergency situation, but it's something that needs to be done sooner rather than later before it jeopardizes Brook Road in itself. And that is a cul-de-sac. And if that road were to have the same type of situation happen that happened on Reworking Avenue, there is no way for the residents to get through a closed road.
Right. And so I'm concerned about those residents that live there at the end of Brook, because there's only one way in and one way out. So you will do half of the bridge one time and the other half at another time?
There will be in the maintenance and protection of traffic plans, there's alternating one-way traffic that will be maintained at all times. And we've been through and talked with the traffic authority and gotten their approval for that too. So we've got signage and a full maintenance and protection of traffic plan, which I have as part of these plans. And I can show you if you'd like to see it. Otherwise, it's been accounted for so that people will be able to get in and out at all times.
Okay, no, I don't need to see it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? All right, if not, Paul, if you can remove that so that Brian can put up the resolution.
Yep. I think we should be all set.
Okay, fairly simple and straightforward. I have a motion to approve the resolution.
I'll make the motion. Mike here.
Okay, Mike Musak has made the motion. Is there a
I'll
second?
Second.
And
Tammy.
Tammy seconds. Any further discussion? I see that Steve Ferguson has joined us.
No, I've been here since 6:05. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think we can do this with a show of hands. All those in favor? As far as I can see, everyone's hands up. It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you and have a good night.
Okay, next we're going to move to public hearing. And again, let me remind you, this is the 6 o'clock meeting.
Not yet, Lou. I think we have one more.
Oh, what? No, we have the public hearing, do we not? Oh,
No,
my
no.
apologies.
Norwalk Hospital.
Yes, the public hearing.
I
We
think
have
it's
coastal luxury homes. 2020, well, let me get out what I was going to say. After the public hearing, after which we'll adjourn this meeting. Let's take, I think the presentation on this, on the public hearing, is going to be fairly lengthy. So I think we ought to take a 5 or perhaps a 10-minute break. Should I forget, someone remind me. Unfortunately, Richard's not here to remind me. He usually takes that role. And then we'll go into our 7 o'clock meeting. 2022-48 M/SPR Coastal Luxury Homes, 556 and 558 Westport Avenue, and 468, 10, 12, and 14 Renzulli Road. The zoning map amendment to rezone the properties located at 468 and 10 Renzulli Road and a portion of the Renzulli right-of-way from B resident zone to business number 2 zone, in conjunction with a site plan review application for a 4-story, 136-unit mixed-use building. This is a preliminary review, and I would remind you that although it's a site plan review, we do have and we will have to hold a public hearing on the map amendment. We also have the authority to hold a public hearing on the site plan review. And I'd like you to just keep that in the back of your mind as we go through Mr. Flaherty's presentation and then questions and answers. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Flaherty, who's representing the owners.
Yeah, thank you very much, Craig Flaherty. I'm a senior engineer and principal of Redness and Mead, a land use consulting company with offices in Stamford and Wilton. On this project, we've been providing land surveying, site civil engineering, and zoning consulting services here, representing my client and the applicant, Coastal Luxury Homes, Principal Joe Finley, who is the contract purchaser of these 8.5 parcels. Also with us tonight is our project architect from Binefield Architecture, represented here tonight by Colin Grothier. We have our traffic consultant from Hardesty and Hanover, Gregory Del Rio. And not joining us, but another critical member of the team is William Kenny and Associates, providing the environmental landscape architectural services. This is our preliminary presentation. We'll keep it very brief. We know you have a busy agenda, but know that we've submitted all the technical detail that has been given to the Wetlands Agency, Department of Public Works, Water Pollution Control Authority, Transportation, Mobility, and Parking, the Building Department, Emergency Services Department, and because we're close to the Westport border, it's also been sent to Planning and Zoning and Conservation in Westport for comment. So that's all going to go on. And after this introductory presentation, we'll be back to you in a month or two to tell you how things are going. But I'll share my screen and give you an orientation to the application and the project. It is now part of your pending applications list. So hopefully you see the outline of the site in yellow at the middle of the screen. North is oriented up. That Westport border I was talking about cuts north-south here, and that dark dashed line, little portion of the site is in Westport. We're not touching that portion of the site. And you've got Westport Ave, Route 1, cutting right through the middle of the screen here as your major arterial east-west in town. Other similar projects that have been developed in the area, you have 597 Westport Ave, which is at the old Pepperidge Farm factory, and there are 235 units there, I believe, in 3 4-story buildings. Just off the screen to the west, you've got the Willard Road property, which is part self-storage, part apartments, and you have 219 apartments over there. And of course, behind Pepperidge Farm, you recently approved a project, I believe, on Fulton Road. At the site, bordering the site to the west, you've got the AMC Theater, Bed Bath & Beyond, Fitness Edge, I think it is, and there's a parking garage in the back with some solar on it. Heading east, there's Bank of America, strip mall, and this is the Whole Foods just over the line in Westport Ave. And everything within this black line in Norwalk is in the B2 zone. And this is the portion here we're proposing to move into the B2 zone as well to facilitate the proposed plan. Renzulli Road, which is in all of our title blocks, runs here on the west side of the site. It connects from Westport Avenue to Kings Highway South in Westport. It is a private road owned by the Renzulli Road Association, which is an association of 16 property owners that have frontage on or rights to Renzulli Road. And they are effectively a party to the application, since a portion of the right-of-way is a part of the project site. And they have not only signed off on the filing of these applications, but they've actually endorsed the plan, which you are about to see, and hopefully you'll understand why when we quickly go through it. This is just one of those Google Google Earth views, which is amazing. I didn't have to get my drone out. I don't have one. But I've highlighted the project frontage on Westport Avenue. Now I'm looking south, by the way. The other way, I've highlighted the frontage on Westport Avenue. So in the front, you've got a vacant retail building. I think most recently it may have been a wine store or liquor store. You've got what's still an open dry cleaner on the left side here. Moving to the east, you've got the Bank of America and that strip mall, and then just off screen is the Whole Foods. And on the right side is that parking lot that's in front of the theater and the Bed Bath & Beyond, and you can see that parking garage in the background with the solar roof. This right here, so we're going to count across the frontage to look at the curb cuts there today. This is where Renzulli Road comes in. It's offset from the street across the intersection. There's a curb cut here at the retail building. A third curb cut here, again, as part of that retail parking lot, and a fourth curb cut over here as a part of the dry cleaner. And I think all told, you have about 49 parking spaces visible from Route 1 as you drive by. So we would like to make it look more like something like this, which is early rendering of the front of the building. And I'll have Connor give you 2 minutes at the end of my presentation on the architectural choices they're looking at. We have received comments from staff in a preliminary staff review, and we are working hard to provide responses and address wherever possible those comments offered by Mr. Baker. But now introducing you to the site plan, I've taken that same aerial orientation and I've laid on the footprint of the building and some of the drives. So the first thing to point out is certainly along Westport Avenue, we see this as an improvement. We're going from 4 curb cuts to 2 curb cuts, and we're aligning now our site driveway across from the street across Westport Avenue. And what you see here is a cul-de-sac benefiting Renzulli Road. So they were very interested in not having a through street, but instead having just a residential cul-de-sac only with the single family homeowners on it. So we're able to do that for them. And you'll see on the landscape plan the buffer that we're proposing as well. So moving a little more in more detail, and it will be totally cut off as a through street. So our project will just come and go via Westport Avenue. We'll have no contact with Renzulli Road, and they will be the same on their end. So moving into the site plan, again, you see a little more clearly the proposed building. It presents as 3 stories from the front because there's some topographic elevation change from front to back, and it presents as 4 stories from the rear sides. We've been able to cover 80% of the parking in below grade garages and have just a little bit on site separated significantly from nearby remaining residences to the south. We're proposing 136 dwelling units, which is consistent with what the business number 2 zone would allow. And there will be some retail space, about 6,000 square feet, facing Westport Avenue. We'll have affordability on site, meeting the workforce housing requirements, and we are even going to provide a couple of 3-bedroom workforce units, which are somewhat elusive and valuable to larger families. And we'll also be paying the additional 1% fee to support the city's affordable housing trust fund as part of this project. There are some wetlands in the rear of the property, so we have an application pending with your Conservation Commission. We've met with them once. We're meeting with them again on Tuesday, so that application is proceeding. We're envisioning a boardwalk and an enhancement of what has been a fairly neglected area that's behind a bunch of strip malls and grocery stores and so forth. With that, I think I'll ask Colin to just speak for a couple of minutes on some of their architectural choices. This is that front rendering. We've got a rendering from the residential entrance at the back too. So Colin, I don't know where you want to start.
Thanks, Craig. Colin Groth here, Senior Associate Byfield Architecture, offices in South Norwalk. Pleasure to be back before you all again. Craig, if you go to the watercolor at the head of the deck, that's great. So as Craig mentioned, this is the facade retail frontage more or less on the post road. So the base level is retail, very glassy, and then the concept is kind of a floating box supported on these columns that come down to the ground to really open up the retail frontage, allow them to have lots of light and visibility of whatever products or services they're selling, and then have the 2 stories up above be the residential units that are more of a city view view of the post road. So very simple expression. It's a dark wood. It's a Japanese Sosujiban, which is charred wood. Makes it relatively long life, resistant to rot, and also insect deterrent. So we think that's going to give a lot of texture and interest to the building, and the pilasters are going to be a smooth textured finish. So it's going to be a very simple expression and just hopefully present nicely on the post road. And as Craig mentioned, we're adding some landscaping along there to really improve the pedestrian realm and the buffering between the retail parking and the building, as well as some small landscaping islands in front of the building, directly in front of the building. As you go down Renzulli Road and the site access, the topography does change, so it does drop away, and the building does appear to grow a little bit. If you go to the back, Craig. So here, this is kind of a depressed courtyard as you come off of Renzulli Road, and then you come into this formal entry circle where there's a couple parking areas for residents and visitors to kind of make short-term stops or visit for the day. And then the residential entry is on the right ahead of the white car that's kind of driving away from us there. We took a regular repeating form that we felt like looked pretty nice and let that do the work in terms of breaking down the scale and mass of the building. Since we do have some longer legs, this allowed it to read as an amalgamage of smaller buildings and facades. It also allowed us to provide decent sized recesses between these elements to allow for the balconies and residents to have exterior space for almost every apartment unit. And then at the top of these 3-story pieces, you get a more solid feeling terrace that is available to the residences that are in the step back on the 4th story there. So a lot of exterior space for the residents of the building, and breaking up the mass of the building to really kind of bring the scale down, make it not feel as large as it might be perceived otherwise, and then really stepping the 4th story back considerably to make it read less large. There's some wood texture. I believe we got some vertical wood slats on the upper level, and that's just going to be a narrow sticking vertical rain screen application. And then the windows, I believe we're thinking wood for the residential windows, are like a wood simulated wood finish. So it'll be this dark textured Sosujiban cladding with this rich wood textured window, and then black metal windows, I believe, on the wood panel, the wood slat part of the facade. Craig, if you go kind of to the overall. One of the other big things is you get some context of the structures that are there, but we're not getting a context quite yet of the remaining landscaping that's going to be there in the buffers, which you get a better sense of from the landscape plan. But I believe the intent is to not only screen the project considerably from the cul-de-sac that's being created at the end of Rinsuli Road, but also leave a lot of the plantings in the natural area and the wetlands that we can't touch, and then replenish where we are doing construction activity to buffer the project from the surrounding properties. So in all, we think it's a pretty creative use of the site and a good use for the area.
Yeah, and I should I neglected to point out some of the amenity areas. The common space within the first floor of the building is at the corner here, which relates both to kind of the interior courtyard where we are imagining a play area, again, well screened from the more intense commercial uses to the north, and a cascading pool terrace at 2 different levels on the south side. And we work closely again with the neighbors on this buffer and the planting heights and the styles and the staggering. Since we have plenty of recreation area between the building common areas and these exterior areas, the roof will have some mechanical systems in the way of the condensing units for each of the apartments, but any leftover area we're hoping to put solar where it makes solar PV where it makes sense. So that's your 10-minute overview. I think I hit it right on. So
I'm concerned that you've got so much parking in the front of the building, fronting on Westport Avenue. We always prefer to have parking behind the building. Why has that been put in the front?
Sure. So we saw Brian's comments and we've looked at them. What I would say is thinking about the context of it, we understand you want to improve the look and feel of Westport Ave as it rolls through Norwalk. And we think we are doing that. We are reducing 4 curb cuts to 2. We're reducing visible parking from something like 49 spaces to 17 spaces at the front. And if you think about the site in context, I don't know that 0 parking would be in context, but really one of the important pieces is the fact that it is a mixed use project. We do want to have some service oriented retail, about 6,000 or so square feet. And we just felt that we needed some parking to serve that retail. But we've tried to buffer it with, a dozen new trees. We've tried to limit it by having some of that retail parking around the corner. And we've tried to significantly improve the experience along this frontage by reducing the curb cuts and reducing the parking in general. So we hear you. We know that's one of your goals. We're trying very hard to meet the spirit of it. But we just felt that some parking was needed to have successful retail space there.
I think when we see you again, we'd also like to see exactly where you might put photovoltaic units on the roof.
Yeah, we'll have a roof plan that we can submit.
Exactly. Questions from the other commissioners?
I just have one real quick. Steve Ferguson here. Good evening, everyone.
Yes, sir.
The current residences, they drive down Rinsuli now. I guess it's going to be blocked only for this development. They'll be coming from the other access point on Westport Avenue. How much of a distance is that? And the neighborhood or the street they have to go through? Can you give us a little walkthrough with that?
How much of a distance did you say? Or?
Yeah, can you give us a walkthrough on just your site map to see where they'll be pulling up those 7 houses or 8 houses? I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah. So I don't know if I have the whole thing. But again, part of our process was to work very closely with the Renzulli Road Association and to deliver a solution that they had asked for, which is to have a cul-de-sac. And we have their endorsement on this application. So they would be entering the site from Kings Highway South. And I think I gotta go very broad to see. So they would be coming in, if I turn the labels back on here.
So this is a Norwalk property. They'll be entering their property from Westport at all times.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, half of the people, half of Renzulli Road is in Westport, and
Yes.
half of it is in Norwalk.
Okay.
So I assume they're going to be entering, from Strawberry Hill, coming up County and Kings Highway. That seems like if they were coming from the west, they would wait the way to do it. And if they were coming from the east, they would follow Kings Highway South.
Okay, thanks, Craig.
So question, once again, on the site map, do they have access to Westport Avenue directly, or does that cul-de-sac cut them off?
The cul-de-sac's meant to completely sever the through street, so there'll be just a dead end for the residences remaining on Renzulli Road. We will not have access to Renzulli Road, and then our project will be the only thing that is accessed from Westport Ave at that location.
So currently, are they utilizing Renzulli Road to access Westport Avenue?
Yeah, they have a gate actually at each end. So they have a gate about here on the Westport Ave site, and they have a gate about right here on the Kings Highway side. So the Kings Highway one is usually open, and the Westport Ave one is usually closed. So I can ask them, but my impression is that they're used to coming in from Kings Highway.
I can add a little bit to that. It's Greg Del Rio, traffic engineer for Hardesty and Hanover for the development team out of Norwalk, Connecticut. We did the traffic counts, and it's very lightly used. During any peak hour, there were less than a total of 5 cars total in and out. So it was like 3 exiting, 2 entering. Those were the magnitude of the volumes that currently use that driveway today.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay. Go ahead, Tammy.
Thank you, Lou. And Mr. Flaherty, a couple of quick questions.
Yes.
So I just, to put a fine point on it, so literally the Renzulli Association, all of the owners assumedly have literally signed off and said that they're okay with this project.
Yeah, you have a letter in your file dated September 9th from the president of the Renzulli Road Association. We had a live meeting with them about a month or so ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, when 13 of the 16 members were and they voted unanimously to support the project.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. And the front of the building facing Westport Avenue, it's 2-story of retail and then the 2 residential on top?
A little different. Yeah, I'll show that to you again.
Single story of retail and 2
Yeah.
stories of residential.
So you see a
how
total
do
of 3 stories. The top with that wood product are the residential, and then 1 story of retail.
Okay, but on the back side of the building, your sketch shows a 4-story building, but it doesn't look like it's 4-story on the other side, on the front.
That's correct. So because the topography falls away as you get towards the back of the site, you get about a 15-foot grade change. So that 4th story is actually below the street level retail.
Okay.
And then we do have a subgrade parking garage below that, which allows us to conceal the majority of the resident parking, as well as parking below the street retail level. So
Okay, so that's nice. So does every unit have 1 parking space in that garage?
I think it's more
Yeah, I
than
think it's more than
one
that.
space per car per
Yeah.
unit. I mean,
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we tried to hit 1.3, I think.
All right, and then just one other question. Did you ever consider making these condominiums as opposed to rentals? And if so, why or why not?
That's a question I can give to my client. We can get an answer to that, but I think the idea is that these will be rentals, and it really has to do with market conditions. It's hard to get, it's harder to get financing for a condominium project of this scale.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Steve, go ahead.
Please, real quick, if you can pull up that site map again, please, Craig?
Sure.
The new road, the proposed road.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it's easier for me. Yeah, okay, so accessing the Norwalk homes separate from the Westport homes, since that road is cut off, when it comes to fire, they will have to access the Norwalk homes from the Westport side. Have you thought about accessing the Norwalk properties with Norwalk Fire Department, or would that be a Westport Fire Department concern, problem, issue?
That's a part of the conversations we're going to have between now and coming back to you is meeting with emergency services. We already have left messages with the fire marshal and the police chief to review the plan and talk about how emergency services will serve the Norwalk residents.
Yeah, Craig, typically we have some of these conditions in Norwalk and other places like Canfield Island, I believe, is one where the town line cuts through at some point, and there are residences that are in Westport. It's the inverse, right? Residences in Westport that are only accessible via Norwalk. So as Craig said, it's part of the talking that's going to happen between the Norwalk and the Westport fire departments as to how those situations get dealt with, but they'll have a plan in place, and we'll continue that dialogue, I'm sure.
And Colin, and that goes with PD and medical as well, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure we'd have those conversations. So yes, the emergency response things are going to be managed as part of this application.
Thank you, Colin.
Okay, Steve.
Comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah, I think that condition is also at Norden, if I recall correctly, from many years ago. Part of Norden was in Norwalk and only accessible from Westport at the far east end of the property, I believe. Anyway, pedestrian and bicycle access to Kings Highway doesn't look like it's provided for, and there are sidewalks on Kings Highway South.
So yeah, I can talk to that.
So I would imagine, yeah, you'd want to have.
So
people,
we are proposing, where there is not one today, to have a sidewalk where the hand is, come all the way into the site. There's crosswalk here, sidewalk all the way in.
You got to share your screen, Craig.
Oh, sorry. It's looking very smart to me, but okay. Hold on. Here's the landscape plan again. Here's the sidewalk that I was talking about that comes off of Kings Highway and comes into the primary entrance. And we also have a sidewalk around the back of the building, although we think that one's really more service and maintenance oriented and for code than anything else. We think this is the primary one. And you're going to ask about bike racks, which we're not showing on the site plan yet, and we should. And there are some in the garage.
Well, that's all good. I'm glad you actually answered those questions. But I was referring to the lower part of Renzulli that's going to be below the
Yeah.
You know, that if you were living, there's a whole residential neighborhood off Kings Highway or Kings Road, whatever it's called, Kings Highway South. That is, I would imagine, yeah, Birchwood, Treadwell, all of that area. Those folks currently probably are able to walk or bicycle through. And it looks like at the cul-de-sac, you have screening on the other site plan that you showed, but didn't have an actual pathway. So yeah. I would think that you'd want to maintain that, because anyone living in this new project who wants to take a bike ride, Westport Avenue is a disaster for bikes. It's just never been made bike friendly by the state. And you'd be able to hop on a bike or even just walk over into the quieter neighborhood for recreational purposes if you were able to get through that cul-de-sac.
Totally understand your comments, but very specifically, the Renzulli Road Association asked for the road to be cut off. They would prefer, again, to have a quiet residential cul-de-sac that it's privately owned by the Renzulli Road Association, and they just want to make sure they have control over that.
Well, that's not good urban planning, as you know.
All right, well, let Mike, let's come back to that when they
It's
give.
important. Yeah, it's a really important
The full
issue.
presentation,
Well,
because we've got to
Craig-
get moving.
Well, I'd like to say one more thing about the parking though, too. The town, I mean, the staff had, I think a relevant concern about the setback and the parking in the front, but I think the success of the retail is going to be contingent on having that parking in the front. And we want our retail to be successful. And so it's a trade-off. But I certainly understand, and I think it would be improved to have just one curb cut and have the parking in the back, but then you're mixing public and private in a parking lot too, which is troublesome. And so I think that this plan does solve or at least provide retail parking, which is really important, convenient retail parking that's perceived by the public as convenient, which is what makes successful retail.
Okay, we need to hold a public hearing on the excuse me, on the zoning map amendment, which would make this a project possible. This is a site plan review. It's not a special permit. So a public hearing is not mandated. So I'd like to know whether the commission members would like to have a public hearing on this, which might allow, for example, for some of the folks who are concerned about the bike issues that Mike brought up, or some of the other issues, to express their opinion. Would you prefer a public hearing or just action on the site plan review?
Action on the site plan review.
Okay, I see Galen is shaking her head as well. Any other feelings about this?
It's a big project. I would like to see a public hearing on it myself.
Public with Steve Ferguson as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I support that view as well, because you don't know, you'll probably get one or two people that will be against it. So it's better to have a conversation with the rest of the public.
Okay. Anyone else in favor of just a site plan review? I think I would prefer the public hearing as well. We probably ought to do a show of hands. Those who want just a site plan review, you want to raise your hands? Okay, JJ and Galen. Those who prefer a public hearing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's actually 3 to 2, I guess. Well, 4 to 2. So we'll go with the public hearing on this, and we'll leave it to the staff to put this on the schedule when it's appropriate. Okay, moving on. This
Thank you for your
leaves us 7 minutes for
Thank
the
you.
public hearing on Norwalk Hospital. Our meeting obviously is going to run a little bit over. This is 2022-39 R/SP Norwalk Hospital.
I thought we were going to break.
No, not until after the public hearing. Sorry, JJ. 34 Maple Street, building zone, limiting height and bulk of, I'm sorry, regulations, text amendment to Article 44, Section 118-440, E4 and 5, schedule limiting height and bulk of buildings, commercial and industrial Part 2, hospital zone in conjunction with a special permit to construct a 7-story addition to the existing hospital. Let me explain especially to those of the members of the public who may wish to speak, how we conduct these public hearings. The applicant or the applicant's representative, and maybe multiple representatives, will have an opportunity to go over their plan, during which the members of the commission are certainly free to ask any questions they may have. When the presentation has been completed, we will open it up to the public. We will allow anyone who wishes to speak on this matter to speak. We ask only that your comments be polite and appropriate, and that we don't put time limits on how long you can speak, but we do ask that you be as brief as possible while making any points, any and all points that are important to you. And I emphasize that because you'll only have one opportunity to speak, and this is it. Once everyone who wishes to speak has spoken, we will turn it back to the applicant or their representatives to respond to the comments that they've heard. Again, the commission members will have an opportunity to ask questions during that period as well. We will then close the public hearing and move to action on this item. If you're going to speak, we ask that you, when you get up to speak, that you provide your name and your address. And I think that's it. With that, we'll turn it over to Attorney Suchi, who I believe is representing the hospital.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Liz Suchi. I'm a partner at Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy, 1055 Washington Boulevard in Stamford, and we represent the applicant, the Norwalk Hospital Association, Inc. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this new and exciting patient pavilion to you. You did hear this very briefly last month, but we're very excited to be before you this evening. You will hear tonight from Steve Ansell, who is a principal with the SLAM Collaborative, project architect, his colleague Daniel Granis, landscape architect, Charles Croce of Ty and Bond, civil engineer, Chris Granatini, traffic engineer, and you may also hear from David Keith, who is senior project manager at the hospital, all of whom I would hope that you would qualify as experts moving forward. Just by way of housekeeping, neighbors were notified of the submission of the application by certificate of mailing on August 5th, and that certificate is in your file. Neighbors were notified of tonight's public hearing by both certified mail, return receipt requested, and regular mail on September 22nd. And those green cards, domestic return receipt green cards, and copies of letters for which we have not received green cards were delivered to Planning and Zoning this morning and should be in the file. I'd like to also thank Mr. Kleppen, Ms. Andrzejewski, and also Ms. Williams for their hard work and effort in connection with this project and for their efforts to get text amendment language before you tonight that adequately reflects the hospital's needs today and moving forward, and also their concerns about neighborhood issues. So the applicant, as was mentioned, is the Norwalk Hospital Association, Inc. The location of the property is at 34 Maple Street and at Stevens Street. The lot area is about 15.7 acres. It is District 1, Block 6, Lot 1, and it is zoned HZ, or hospital zone. Accordingly, that is the only location in town and the lot across the street on Stevens Street that is zoned HZ. It is bounded by Stevens Street to the south and the east, Maple Street to the north, and Rhodonolia Court to the west. Just a little bit of background. The hospital was opened in the late 1880s, and its 135-year history has grown to meet the needs of Norwalk and its surrounding communities and the ever-changing medical landscape, providing the latest in care and surgical medical wellness, from wound care and bariatric oxygen therapy to gastroenterology, pediatrics, orthopedics, cardiac care, and others. As you know, Norwalk Hospital is the city's largest employer and is an acute care and academic hospital. The campus has a variety of buildings constructed over time, starting in the late 1890s. The Tracy Building was built in 1918, followed by the Bedford Building 10 years later, the Dana Pavilion in 1962, the main pavilion and additions in 1975, 76, and the early 90s, and ambulatory pavilion in 2015. Norwalk Hospital is a member of Nuvance Health, which is a 7-member system of hospitals in New York and Connecticut, which also includes Danbury Hospital and Waterbury Hospital. The Norwalk Hospital proposes, as we've mentioned, a new patient pavilion so it can meet the needs, the medical and health needs of Norwalk residents and those in the surrounding communities. If all requisite approvals are secured, this new pavilion will be transformative for patients, clinicians, and the city. 2 applications have been submitted to you for review. The first is a text amendment application, which addresses the high number of stories of the proposed patient tower and some other cleanup matters such as square footage for accessory structures on the rooftop. The zone amendment creates a 100-foot setback from residentially zoned parcels. It allows an increase in the number of stories. The stories would be measured from grade adjacent to the main entrance of the main pavilion. And as I said, we would eliminate the limitations on square footage of rooftop equipment, stair tower, and elevators. There is then a special permit application that was submitted for the new patient pavilion and associated site improvements. The pavilion envisions the demolition of 2 buildings, approximately 107,000 square feet, with the patient pavilion at 191,000 square feet. There are no increase in patient beds. The parking remains generally unchanged with approximately 1,350 parking spaces provided with just over 1,050 required. Some of the services that are currently provided at the hospital will be or already have been relocated to Westport Avenue in Norwalk and to the Nuvance corporate headquarters in Danbury. All of this is an effort to modernize the hospital campus, to move it toward single patient rooms and bring 21st century care to patients in the community. Before we move to the presentations by the various members of our team, if you would indulge me, I would like to share a statement from Peter Cordeaux, the president of Norwalk Hospital, who was unable to attend tonight's meeting. Dear Chairman Schulman and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, since its inception in 1893, Norwalk Hospital has provided quality, compassionate health care to the residents of Fairfield County. This building project will replace the community pavilion built in 1953 and the Tracy Pavilion built in 1918. The construction of the new patient tower continues our longstanding commitment to the community by advancing our facilities and technology to meet the future needs of Southwestern Connecticut. The new patient tower will modernize care with an even more comfortable, soothing environment for all. It will have a distinctive design that promotes healing and enables our clinicians and staff to deliver the best care possible. The newly constructed patient pavilion, along with other critical renovations within the hospital and outpatient facilities, will transform our healthcare capabilities, notably cardiovascular, cancer, emergency medicine, surgery, and women's health services. We will care for the critically ill in the fully renovated intensive care progressive care unit. Our patients will recuperate from illness, injury, and surgery in the new medical surgical unit. And we will welcome Norwalk's newest residents in the mother and infant unit. The project will expand Norwalk Hospital's reach and impact within the entire community. We are especially grateful to the community for their ongoing support that will bring this plan to life. Sincerely, Peter Cordeaux, President and CEO. At this point, I would like to turn this over to Steve Ansell, project architect and principal of the SLAM Collaborative, who will share a brief overview of the project. Steve?
Thank you, Liz. Let me just see if I can get this launched. Can people see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, some of the descriptions from President Peter Cordeaux explain this. I'm Stephen Ansell. I'm an architect with the SLAM Collaborative based in Glastonbury, Connecticut. As an architect, I have been involved in healthcare architecture for my entire career, which extends over 40 years. So this is a real passion of mine to do excellent healthcare facilities. This project and the purpose of this project is to transform the inpatient environment at Norwalk Hospital, to bring it to a contemporary standard throughout. While the building the proposed new building doesn't replace all the beds will be modernized in one way or another. And we will remove the beds from the oldest buildings on the campus, which is really the mother baby, the older buildings on the campus, which is really the mother baby unit, and bring them into the new building and building complex as well. When we talk about modernizing the inpatient environment, perhaps the most pertinent thing that you would recognize is the fact that all beds will be single bedrooms. There will no longer be doubles in the hospital. That's certainly most people's preference, but is also recognized in the regulatory environment. You can't build new beds that are anything other than single bed. It's a recognition of infection control considerations and many other, and just overall healing that privacy for acute care patients is critical. And so in doing so, we are planning to build a new building that will have four occupied inpatient nursing floors and a connection to the main complex. The building doesn't actually have a front door. It has because it's connected to the overall campus. And here's a plan of the hospital. This is our data accumulation plan in the existing complex. There are two buildings that will be removed, the community building and the Tracy building, two of the oldest buildings on campus. Tracy was built in 1918, community is 1950. They're no longer capable of providing a contemporary inpatient environment. And we recognized we needed to find a spot on this campus that would be closely connected to the main pavilion that would allow us to build this new complement of beds. So here's the plan of the proposed building. Zoom in on that. And the arrival and the public entrance to the hospital will be unchanged. That you come to the top deck of the parking garage off of Maple Street and enter the main front entrance to the hospital, and then connect into the overall building complex. As I said, there's no front door to this building. There is a staff entrance because we are connecting across Stevens Street, where there's a major complement of staff parking and a staff entrance here. And I'm going to return in a bit, but I wanted Dan Granis to begin by explaining the site configurations, and then we can go on to Chuck Croce, who will look at considerations with regard to site utilities. I want to come back and describe some more of the architecture, and then Chris Granatini will discuss traffic considerations. So Dan, if you want to take to the next step.
That'd be great. Thanks so much, Steve. For the record, my name's Daniel Granis. I lead the landscape architectural and planning studio at SLAM, also a principal, and working with Steve with alacrity for decades. And we're happy to present this project to you. I won't repeat some of what Steve said in the interest of brevity, but there's really no change to the vehicular or pedestrian entries other than the staff entry that Steve mentioned. And I wanted to expand upon that because you'll notice, and I'll also point out that you'll notice we've rotated north to be up. For the large scale plans, north was rotated differently just to fit the sheet, just to orient you to this particular plan. And all the other site plans will be oriented this way because we're focused on the building addition that Steve described. So the staff entry during construction will have another crosswalk during construction. You'll see it just to the left of the one that Steve pointed out. That allows for a safe passage of pedestrians from the staff lot that is south of Stevens during construction. Once the construction is completed, that will be removed. The curb will be repaired. The sidewalk will be repaired. And once the new staff entry is operational, we will have a new crosswalk with safe passage across Stevens. You'll hear from Chris Granatini, our traffic engineer, with Ty and Bond, more detail on roadway and crosswalk improvements, but all will be done in conformance and in collaboration with the city. You'll see a staircase on the north side of the building. That is for egress. That is currently an egress. We're improving it to make sure that safe egress in the event of an emergency is provided and improved from what it is today. It will be gated at the top so that there won't be public entry, but easy access out of the buildings down that staircase if needed. So as Steve mentioned, there's no public entry to the building, but we can say those are familiar with the site. The building has outlived its usefulness. It's not the most attractive building. And we're putting back something that, as we like to say, is a lot more presentable on the street. Some of the other niceties is the architecture creates kind of a knuckle on the corner there, both to be able to make an attractive green foreground to the building, as well as attractive views from the building down into that green space. It's fairly simply done, but as we like to say, when we plant trees like we locate buildings, we take it quite seriously as designers because we intend for them to outlive us by a long shot. So to give you a little bit of detail, the larger trees kind of along the street front and that knuckle, exactly, Steve, thanks for pointing that out. Those are selected to be Princeton elms. That's a Dutch elm resistant American elm, which there's a few that have performed very well. That's the best of them, particularly because it maintains its vase shape, which is why we always like the American elm. And that's important because we want to get views from the street to the building, but also create some visual separation from the building and the street. So that vase shape is important to us. Also giving them enough room to get to the size that they'll get at full growth without having a conflict with the building. In contrast, as the building gets closer to Stevens Street, there we've selected columnar varieties. And all of these tree selections are what we call native and adaptive, meaning that they're not all natives, because we found some adaptive species, although clearly not invasive, perform better than some of the native selections. So there we have Bulwahal red maple, which is a native cultivar, as well as a ginkgo, upright ginkgo. And we like to create variety on the street fronts because we've learned, that as we have diseases, we want to make sure we have diversity. So we have good diversity and good selections of size, so these trees can get sizable within the space that's allowed. And then in that sort of corner where we have more open space, we're putting in ornamental trees. For instance, a Coosa dogwood. We love the flowering dogwood, but it is difficult to maintain. It requires maintenance and disease resistance, and the Coosa dogwood has proven to be much more resistant to diseases. So we went with the Coosa dogwood. Also, first blush flowering cherries, so we can get a very great show in the early spring. And that is a cultivar of a Sargent cherry, which is also proven to be an exceptional tree selection. So all of these trees have performed really well. We've been planting them for decades, and we're confident that they will serve you well into the future. You'll notice there's a band of shrubs along the left of the drive. Exactly, Steve. Thank you for pointing that out. That's also creating some stormwater quality attenuation that we've coordinated with Ty and Bond. We have native inkberries in there, rhodosier dogwoods that'll have beautiful red stems in the wintertime, so that we have winter interest as well as interest throughout the seasons. And also anywhere where we have an area that is difficult to maintain, we've planted those fully with ground covers and shrubs. All of the selections with shrubs and ground covers are planted about at their full size, and they're dwarfs, so they require little maintenance, and they're selections that have proven to be successful for the long haul. So that's sort of the nickel tour of the site plan, and with that, I'll pass it to Chuck Croce to talk to you about some of the civil aspects of this project.
Dan, before we go on, we should point out the entrance drive to the garage and the reworking of the sidewalk along the street.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. You mentioned that as well, Steve, but I will reiterate that the driveway into the parking garage is very similar to as it is today. We've reviewed it with the fire marshal. Fire access is relatively exactly the same as it is today. We are not changing how that functions, but we had to wiggle it around a little bit to allow for the construction of the building and the walkway connections. We are also improving the sidewalks along Stevenson Street, and that's all in coordination with comments that we've heard from the city. And I went over the crosswalk locations, and Chris will go into a little bit more detail, but we are making sure that we have safe passage of pedestrians onto the sidewalks on the north side of Stevens and the frontage of our building.
If I may interrupt just at one point, prior to Mr. Croce's presentation, do any of the commissioners have any questions so far of Mr. Ansell, Mr. Granis, or myself?
Yeah, I have a question. So going back to the original slide where he said that there was no door on the new addition, I want to make sure I heard that correctly.
No, what he
No
said
public
was
entry.
no public entry. So there are egress doors and there's a staff entry, but there's no main public entry. The main public entry closest is on the top of the garage, so that remains as it is today.
As we said, there's exit doors. There's an entrance for the staff right here. Zoom in on this a bit. But
That's
the
been
primary
approved by
public
the fire
entrance-
marshal?
Pardon? Yes. Yeah. There are ample exit doors for the building that completely meet the fire egress requirement. But the important thing is, just from a security and access point of view, there are relatively limited public entrances to the hospital. There's one at the top of the parking garage here. And then there are several others elsewhere across along Maple Street, which are the McGraw ambulatory entrance and the emergency department entrances. Those are where the public comes into the hospital. But
Right.
this building really is connected to the main public, expanded main public lobby that will not need another public entrance to the building.
Yeah, and that's a key point to make sure we're clear. So the staff entry will be managed, so the public will not, it'll be a controlled security access. So you'll need to
Right.
be able to have permission to get in that door. But
Right.
there is egress out of the building. That's what the fire marshal is concerned about, is getting out of the building. And we
Right.
do have egress doorways to be able to get out, but you can't go in those doors.
Okay,
So
thank you.
A little,
Thank you for
a
the
little,
clarification.
a little bit more on the clarification. We keep the same main entrance to the hospital. And this building will perform the same way the buildings that we're taking down perform, in that anybody going to those rooms within those buildings have to go through the main entrance. Because the building.
You should briefly introduce yourself.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm David Keith, the project manager with New Vance Health.
Thank you.
Thank you all for that clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan Brown. Mr. Croce, please.
For the record, my name is Charles, professional civil engineer registered in the state of Connecticut. I have about 29 years experience in healthcare, education, and other markets. Office is located at 213 Court Street in Middletown, Connecticut. You can flip to the utility plan. One more. Yeah, there you go.
It's gonna be C101. There you go.
I got it.
Maybe zoom in a little bit, Steve, just to.
Certainly.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yep, that looks good. So just kind of running through the around the site, looking at the different colored utilities shown in blue. Those are two 6-inch water services. There's two of them because one's a redundant feed. They connect to a 12-inch water line in Stevens Street. That's in case, if one of the water services go down, there's another one available. Shown in green is a 8-inch sewer lateral, gravity lateral that connects to a 12-inch sewer main in Stevens Street also. Shown in red is the electrical service. It connects to an existing electrical vault on the east side of the site, runs through the campus and connects into the building's electrical room. And then shown in yellow is a below grade emergency generator fuel tank, which then runs into the building's electrical room to power the emergency generator. On all other utilities are basically served from inside the existing hospital to this new tower addition.
Croce, that fuel tank, what is the fuel that's used?
It's diesel. It's a set of, we have a pair of 1,000 megawatt diesel generators to support this, or 1,000 kilowatt diesel generators, 1 megawatt.
And how long can that power the hospital?
By code, they're required to function for 96 hours. That's what the capacity of the tank accommodates.
And to add to that, if we do know it's going to be an extended condition where the generators would have to run for an extended period of time, we would bring in a truck to refill that tank during that time.
So this is currently the existing infrastructure? Or is this the upgrade, this proposed upgraded?
This is the proposed upgraded to support the addition.
So electric has not been considered?
Electric is shown in red.
Mhm.
It connects to an existing vault on the east side of the site and just runs underground.
Well,
And
I'm thinking more of a cost-friendly, natural, well, not like natural gas type of efficiency.
So if you're asking about the generators,
Mhm.
the code mandates that for hospital use, for life safety and critical and essential systems, and there are 3 emergency branches of power that are the way a hospital works, that the fuel source must be entirely contained on site. Whereas, like often residential generators and even other generators that are not of this type, they are often run on gas. But it is a mandate that the actual fuel be there on site so that if there is some catastrophic event, that the source of fuel would not be disrupted. And that's standard to all hospital generators, is based on the requirements in the code.
And the generators are for emergency use only.
Right.
So the main electrical supply to the building is ran, it's connected to the grid.
On the main electrical, are you guys putting solar on the roof there? I think we talked about this last time, or something you guys
did.
would consider.
I did go confirm that the building's roof will be structured to accommodate solar. It's a conversation we need to have if we're going to proceed with that with solar suppliers. Who would,
Okay, in my view, I would be proposing that's a condition of approval, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah. So when Chuck mentioned other utilities, they're the major utilities that are coming from the hospital are water for fire protection, because there's a pump station in the hospital for that purpose, and then also steam and oxygen, because it's a central oxygen manifold, and other specialty gases are coming from the hospital directly. But the basic utilities that we have here, this building will have its own internal chiller systems. As we already mentioned, emergency power, all the major air handlers, they're all in the footprint that's almost the entire building that's at the base of the building, a very large mechanical plant to run a contemporary hospital environment like this.
So how does this coordinate with the existing plan for the building that's going beyond the Tracy building?
I'm sorry, please.
Okay, this building is replacing.
It's replacing 2 buildings, which are the Tracy building and the community building, which we're currently in the process of vacating.
Right, so the building that still stands, the building that is not affected is what?
So the big building you see on the site is called the main pavilion.
Right.
And that's really the majority of the beds and all the key diagnostic and treatment services. Recently, in 2015, a significant addition was put on the north side of the building, which is where the emergency department and other ambulatory services, ambulatory surgery, GI, and the cancer center are located. The older buildings, what we would call the legacy buildings on the campus, which are the Bedford building, the Dana building, and the North building, which range in age from the 20s through the 60s, so 1920s, 1940s, 1960s, we are basically extracting any patient services through this project out of those buildings, inpatient services out of those buildings, and they will remain as support buildings for now. Although we recognize that there may be a time in the future where they too get replaced for the next addition that happens some number of years down the road to modernize the hospital.
Steve, maybe it might be helpful for the commissioners to see some of the elevations they can, and for you to go right into your presentation on design and floor plan so they can have a better sense of how this will integrate with the existing structure.
Let me go to that. Just so I'll start with the basic floor plans and then we'll work to some perspective views of the hospital exterior. So here's a view of the, zoom in on this. This is the existing hospital's main entrance, which is right here. And the existing lobby, which those who visited Norwalk Hospital is really quite confined. We're actually going to expand the lobby to the south and change the, right now it's a blank brick wall. It's going to be glazed so that there's daylight coming in, as well as public amenities. And then you connect to our new building right here. And the first thing you come to is a large bank of elevators. There are 4 visitor elevators and 4 patient service elevators in this bank of elevators. That's the primary thing that's on the first floor, because the rest of this footprint is this big mechanical room that we've created to support the whole building. As has been described before, there is a staff entrance from where you cross Stevens Street and approach the staff entrance. So you can get into the hospital all the way to the lobby, take these patient service elevators, or go into the older building complex. So that's this floor. Then you go to a typical patient floor, and every floor of the new building will be connected to the adjacent buildings on a level point. And the oddity of the hospital that's just accumulated over time is the original buildings were built with such a short dimension from one floor to the next that the more contemporary buildings, starting with the main tower, were occupy floors 1, 3, and 5. And that's what we're doing with our new building. We're occupying floors 1, 3, 5. And then just as the main building goes above 5, it goes 6 through 9. We're going 6 and 7 in this new building. So this is a typical patient floor. This is the intensive care unit and what we call progressive care unit, or ICU, PCU. What you have is patient rooms are arrayed around the perimeter, all single bed rooms, and then all the service and support functions, staff, materials, all the things you need to make a nursing unit run are in the middle of this plan. Nurse stations, you see multiple nurse stations around the core here. And again, this connects and ties into the adjacent buildings. If I go down a couple, go up the next 2 floors. So that floor is actually 28 beds of ICU, PCU. The next 2 habitable floors, which are medical surgical floors, the next level down in acuity, but still very high acuity patient care. These are 30-bed floors, but very similarly arrayed, where patient rooms are arrayed around the perimeter, and the core is all the service and support functions that make a nursing unit work. It's one of the things that will be really quite wonderful for the patients is that all of this perimeter basically sees Long Island Sound, because that's just the artifact of being high up on this hill and where the hospital is positioned. So we wanted to take advantage of that. And then I go one more floor, which is to 7. So I did 3rd floor, 5th and 6th, here's 7. This floor has the relocated mother baby. Right now, mother baby is in a set of buildings that date from the 1920s, 1940s, and 1960s. Now they've been upgraded over the years, but there's only so far you can go. And this was a key objective to figure out how we could create a new and contemporary environment for birthing in the hospital. And to do so, it's such a big program that we're using the new building footprint, but we're also extending ourselves into the existing, this H-shaped plan, which is the upper level of the existing patient tower. So that in the new building will be postpartum, which are these beds here, a well baby nursery, and a neonatal intensive care unit. There's 17 postpartum beds, 9 NICU or neonatal intensive care. Again, all the service and support functions. And then in the new building will be the labor delivery rooms here and triage. So that's all arrayed along this face. And there are 2 C-section ORs to make this whole area work well for not only mothers, but the newborns and all the clinical necessities of that. So that's the topmost floor of the building. There are some other things, for example, on the 5th floor. I'm going to get to that. I think this is, yes. On the 5th, I'm sorry, I had a little problem with the drawing here. On the 5th floor, there's currently, this is the administration floor and it's actually the public cafe. We're setting up a separated circulation path because if you go this way, you connect to the surgical unit. So this is a connection to surgery to the new building, and the administration is going to be moved up to where ICU is now in the building, which is on the 9th floor. And so that is also part of our renovations to find a new home for admin, which is the former what is now the ICU PCU, but very much undersized ICU floor. So that's why we need to get them out of there. Then I think the best view is, we have multiple images of the hospital. I'd like to share with those, we have these in black and white, but let me just show some of these in color if I can. So just to walk you through the experience of the arrival, this is arriving at the top deck of the existing parking garage. This canopy exists, and instead of the older brick buildings you see beyond here, you'll
Steve,
see.
I think they're still seeing the one with the multiple renderings. If you meant to pull open a colored rendering, it's not up.
That's interesting, because it says I'm sharing. Let me try and share again.
Yeah, I think you got to unshare and then reshare. There you go.
Does that work? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for that. So this is a view of the arrival again at the top deck of the garage. Just trying to enhance that experience. The arrival is nice. You are arriving at the top deck. This site is so extraordinary. There's 120 feet of elevation difference from the Maple Stevens Street corner up Maple Street to the Rondinolia court edge of the campus. And so it's taking advantage of that. The elevator bank is in this glazed area so that as from the lobby to each floor that you arrive at, you'll have an orientation point, and a wayfinding so you know where you are. Because frankly, the view out, is the classic Connecticut hills that you see beyond this area. And then the patient rooms are in this wing. And then the next view, you're panning around, you see the existing building, that's that elevator bank, and the new patient floors here. And then from Stevens Street, this is the view from Stevens Street, looking back at the building. So those are the basic elements. And let me see if I can get back to my other slide. Now, can you see this?
Yeah, unshare and then reshare is the best way, Steve. So we're still looking at the colored rendering.
Isn't that weird? That's a strange Zoom artifact, I suppose. Let's try this again. Now are we back?
Yep, it's good.
Yeah. Okay. So I just shared with you some of these views, but just to get a feel for the relative height of our proposed building, here's the existing patient tower. As I mentioned, we're connecting or building up to the 7th floor, which is really right here. And so that's our new building. There are some elements on the roof, large cooling tower and the like, that get close to the roof of the main tower, but there are other things on the main tower that go beyond that. So that gives you a feel for the architecture of the building. Are there any questions about that? I certainly have more material to present, but
a general question. After seeing what's going on, frankly, down in Florida, and clearly, as you pointed out, this building is at quite a high elevation, at least for Norwalk. Is a building like this hardened in any way for storms, whether it's a hurricane or some other storm?
It is, in the sense that the regulatory requirements consider the fact that there's a distance from this building to Long Island Sound. You know, when you go, on 95 and across the bridge, you can see Norwalk Hospital, and of course the sound is not too far from there. So we do recognize that there's a wind pressure requirements and the like that the entire envelope is designed for.
And I mean, when we look at, for example, new residential structures, especially those that are near the sound, we have requirements for the height at which the first floor can be located. And many of the buildings are built to accommodate a 50-year storm, for example. Is that kind of language used for a building like this?
Well, from a wind and exposure, yes. This is so far out of, a lot of what you're describing is a floodplain and storm surge.
Right.
As Florida just experienced in spades. This is so elevated above the sound that that's not the concern. It's really wind loads that we have to design the building for, both structurally for the whole structure as well as the skin of the building, and that's what we're accommodating. Also what we discussed earlier, that in a catastrophic event, that this building can continue to function if power is cut out broadly, that there is an extended period of time when the building can continue to operate without consideration of needing an external power source.
And just to give you a frame of reference, this is Dan Granis again with SLAM Collaborative, principal with SLAM, is we do see that in zoning codes, particularly with residential construction. They might have additional freeboard or additional loading requirements. The institutional grade construction building codes that these need to be built to are far more robust than any residential code. So you don't see that in local codes, because the state building code is just so robust in that regard already. And then, as Steve said, the freeboard requirements and anything having to do with flooding is a non-issue because we're so high up. And our structural engineers also are in-house at SLAM, and they're very sophisticated to make sure not only do we meet state building codes, but we have a very robust hardened building.
An interesting requirement of the building code is we have our structural engineers are doing this building, but because of the building type, there's a mandatory peer review by another licensed structural engineer for exactly that concern, that you have not missed critical design criteria.
Right, and they are required. I mentioned that only because as landscape architects, often we help our structural engineers look at the location of prevailing winds and how it relates to topography, and those are all things that are taken in consideration with the structural design of the building.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions for Mr. Ansell or Mr. Granis at this point, I'd like to then turn this over to Chris Granatini. Chris?
Chris, I believe you're going to share your own document, correct?
Yep, I will. Thanks, Steve. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Chris Granatini. I am a vice president with Ty and Bond. I'm a state of Connecticut licensed professional engineer, and I've been practicing transportation and traffic engineering for 26 plus years in the state of Connecticut. So I'm here tonight to just talk about the traffic engineering work that we've conducted as part of this project. So let me just start with just a very high level overview. You heard Steve talk about the fact that we're not increasing the number of beds at the hospital. We're not increasing the amount of parking at the campus. And so from a traffic generation, from a traffic impact of this project, We aren't generating any new trips. So from a traffic impact perspective, there really isn't one. And we conducted a meeting early on with staff from traffic or transportation, mobility and parking. We talked through the details of the project and kind of arrived at consensus that they were on board with that methodology. They did ask us to go back and look at some existing conditions, which we did, and we submitted a traffic statement about the project, about the local roadway network around the hospital. And then we, in essence, responded to their comments, which we received via correspondence from the city. We responded to several comments from that group. And I've got some drawings that I'll just walk you through, which describe the improvements that we're going to make around the campus to promote multimodal mobility and safety for bicycles and pedestrians. So this first view is just an overview of Norwalk Hospital, Maple Street to the north, Stevens Street to the south and east. Just zooming in, as we talked about, existing curb cut to the garage, an old curb cut that was a former patient drop-off, which has since been closed and no longer operational. You have an existing sidewalk that runs along Stevens Street, and under current conditions, pedestrians would be walking through this drop-off area up the sidewalk that is adjacent to the building. There's a set of stairs that are right in this general vicinity. Staff from TMP asked us to look at a way to eliminate that break in the public, the public pathway, and that was something that you saw in the landscape plan, and I'll talk about it on our site drawing. And then you've got on-street parking along both sides of Stevens Street, which we're maintaining, and improvements to the pedestrian network at the crossing and at the intersection with Elmcrest. So I just got to switch shares here very quickly. So just zooming in, one of the comments we got from TMP was to better define the turn lanes that exist along Stevens Street. So we've done things to enhance the pavement markings, enhance the turn arrows, define shoulders with white lines along Stevens Street. And then there'll be, bike lanes signed with symbols and arrows in the shoulders. As you head up the hill, there is an existing pedestrian ramp in this location. There's an existing pedestrian ramp in this location and an existing pedestrian ramp in this location, none of which have crosswalks, and also none of which have the kind of ADA tactile pad. So the plan is to replace those three pedestrian landings with current ADA compliant sidewalk ramps, and then to install what I'll call a more decorative crosswalk with an imprinted thermoplastic material to better define that crossing point for pedestrians. And then we're also going to install pedestrian actuated rectangular rapid flashing beacons at this crosswalk. So a pedestrian can walk up, they'll push the RFB push button. It will begin a strobed flashing pattern so that motorists that are approaching the crosswalk will be alerted to the fact that pedestrians are crossing. We're also going to install that same crosswalk material across Elmcrest Terrace, which is currently missing. Heading up the hill, as Dan had mentioned, you have the temporary crosswalk, which will be installed during construction. That will then be removed in favor of the permanent crosswalk at this location. It will get that same treatment with the inlaid thermoplastic material. One of the other comments we got from TMP was to create a bumped out location. The existing, you can see kind of the existing drop-off area back here, the existing stairs in this location on the sidewalk. We're showing, that continuous pedestrian pathway along the curb line. And we're extending the curb out into Stevens Street to basically create a much shorter crossing distance for pedestrians at the point where they'll be crossing from staff parking into the staff entry area, which is back here. And then finally, as we head further up Stevens Street, currently this parking along Stevens Street is unmarked. So you have some kind of inefficiencies that occur when you don't have marked parking stalls. We will, provide the parking stalls with pavement markings along Stevens Street. You see right here, this is a switchback that's designed so that pedestrians don't have to climb stairs. They'll just walk up the path in this fashion and they get back to the accessible sidewalk. And then we are adding bike lane striping as you head down the hill. We have room to provide a dedicated bike lane in the eastbound and northbound direction, but then we'll have a share the road as we approach Rondanelia Drive in the westbound, southbound direction. So those are kind of at a high level, the kind of offsite improvements that the project is making in proximity to the proposed improvements. We do also have a rectangular rapid flashing beacon at the proposed staff crossing. So there will be 2 of those on Stevens Street. There's also an existing kind of pedestrian crosswalk warning sign here with flashing beacon that will remain. So we feel as though we're really, advancing pedestrian safety, mobility, and bike mobility along the corridor with these improvements.
Will those pedestrian crossings also be on Maple?
So, we're not doing any work on Maple Street. And so the limit of our improvements was to just install a crosswalk at the bottom of the hill here where there's an existing crosswalk. So just to kind of redefine that and then make these improvements along Stevens Street directly adjacent to the project.
Mr. Granatini, this is Tammy. You probably were not involved in the previous addition to the Norwalk Hospital, but kind of piggybacking on what Jackie said, the existing signage as you come up Maple Street is, in my humble opinion, kind of small. I had to rush up there one day with somebody and it was raining, and I felt that ambulance, ambulatory, emergency, they're all sort of on the same sign and they're all kind of written in small print. And I would just ask you to consider, or anybody else that's part of this project, to really take a look at how large and how easily understood the signs are, because obviously at a hospital, some people are going there in a hurry, and we should make it as easy as possible. I'm sure Norwalk has some zoning regulations on how large signage can be, but at a hospital, it seems pretty important that you get the people that are having an emergency and the ambulances go to the right place, as opposed to the ambulatory, which is awfully close language, go to the right place.
This is Steve Ansell. I know that the hospital is underway with a revised wayfinding package, which is kind of parallel to this project. And if it has not already been submitted, it will be submitted for review, which is addressing exactly your concern, is addressing all the wayfinding signage all the way around the entire campus.
And that was also a suggestion that Transportation, Mobility, and Parking had made early on in this process, that we evaluate and upgrade wayfinding for that very purpose, Commissioner Langalis. And I believe a member of the hospital team is working closely with Michelle Andrzejewski to come up with a plan that not only conforms with the overall zoning regs, but also the hospital signage plan that's a separate, distinct document. So your point's well taken, and we're addressing that.
That's great. Thank you. Also, just another thought that came to mind too, is we do have a lot of non-English speaking residents, people that use the hospital. I don't know if the signs need to be in 2 different languages, but at least where the emergency room is might be helpful to have that in Spanish, for example. Thank you.
Chris, anything moving forward, or can you just describe the analysis of how the project will or will not impact levels of service and the like?
Yeah, so I think I opened my remarks with the statement that this project is not adding beds, this project is not adding parking. It's actually, as Steve had mentioned early on, there's been some relocation of certain functions on the campus. So in essence, we've reduced the trip generation that's happening at the campus, and because we're not generating new trips, there's actually no impact on levels of service at any of the intersections around the campus. And as I noted, TMP asked for an existing condition assessment, which was submitted to them in our traffic statement letter, which provided an assessment of existing traffic volumes and intersection operations around the campus.
Mr. Granatini, I certainly understand why there won't be any significant impact in and around the hospital. What about the people that you've relocated to Westport Avenue? How many people, and is that anticipated to have any impact on travel along Westport Avenue?
Do you want to know, Steve, how many have been?
Well, there is the behavioral health, ambulatory behavioral health unit that is currently in the community pavilion will be relocated to Westport Avenue. And they're taking roughly a 10,000 square foot building for that purpose, or 10,000 square feet on 2 floors of an existing building. And so that's obviously that has the trip generation of, an ambulatory care, although it tends to be just because of the nature of the use, it tends to be a lower volume. If the classic ambulatory care is 5 or 6 spaces per thousand, just the nature of the interaction that patients are experiencing, it will be lower than that for the behavioral unit. There are other things that have moved off campus. Generally, the hospital and an acute care hospital, the trend is to focus the hospital on inpatient care and the most complex ambulatory care cases, and move things that don't need to be at the hospital away from the campus, just to unburden it. So, for example, there was a dialysis facility in a building, a 10,000 square foot building on the south side of Stevens Street. It's been relocated elsewhere in the community. And that too is a piece of ambulatory care that has left the campus. There are other ambulatory care elements that are in planning to be relocated. And beyond that, in general, there has also been a reduction in staff and administrative staff. We've moved, or we're about to move, the medical records department off campus because. Okay.
Yeah.
So we moved the medical records unit, or the health information management, it's called, off campus because records are electronic. They don't need to worry about paper records. And there are about 50 people who simply have been relocated elsewhere in the system. Administrative, finance, marketing, other specialty planners that are elsewhere in this system. Some have moved up to the corporate headquarters in Danbury. Just the general evolution of the building, which unburdens the number of trips and the number of parking spaces required by the building.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions of Mr. Granatini, Mr. Ansell, Mr. Croce, or Mr. Granis at this point?
Liz, I have 2 more drawings up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Chris.
This is Chuck Croce.
Sorry.
Steve, can you bring up that drainage plan? Thank you.
I'm going to have to share my screen, I guess.
Yeah, and the next drawing for Chuck is C201. And then he has C301.
C201.
You'll see it in color. It's towards the top.
C2, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can probably zoom in here a little bit too, right there. All right, so shown in light blue or cyan is the proposed drainage system around the bed tower addition. Basically, we're installing yard drains, catch basins, which collect the runoff and convey in underground storm sewers. And on the west side, there's a string of catch basins there that collects the runoff and goes into a dry well, which infiltrates stormwater into the soil with an overflow into the city system in Stevens Street. And then the bed tower roof, it gets collected and gets piped into a below grade stormwater infiltration system, which is shown in the blue rectangle, kind of halfway between the slope and the driveway that infiltrates stormwater. And then you can see right there, that's the green line that Dan Granis talked about early on. It's a biofiltration swale, and that it's a low impact development technique that collects runoff and through the vegetation and soil mix, cleans it before it gets discharged into the stormwater infiltration area. And then the rest of the site is piped around the north end of the building to the east through a hydrodynamic separator, and then the two flows meet and connects back to the city system on the east side. And the stormwater infiltration area, there's no increase in peak flow, no increase in volume, so it meets City of Norwalk drainage standards. We also meet the 80% total suspended solids removal requirement, and this project will not exacerbate any downstream flooding. Next slide, Steve. And this is the soil erosion and sedimentation control plan, the orange circles. That's inlet protection over each of the catch basins and yard drains, basically silt sack inserts that prevent sediment from going into the structures. Shown in green is silt fence. It's basically shown at the toe of slopes and also around a temporary soil stockpile right centered in the middle of the drawing. And then in yellow is our construction entrance or our stone anti-tracking pad. That's basically access into and out of the construction zone. That's it.
Well, that concludes our presentation, Chief, to you. We look forward to hearing comments from the public. We'd be happy to answer any questions all of you have and answer questions of the public when we wrap up or in the event that there is any need for rebuttal.
Attorney Secchi, I wonder if you could provide us with just a few comments about the text amendment, since we're going to have to handle these as two separate items.
Certainly. Currently, the hospital is limited in terms of the number of stories based upon existing regulations and a map that has been recorded on the land records and to which we refer over time. The map is somewhat antiquated. The regulations are somewhat antiquated. So in discussions prior to the submission of this application with staff, we came to the conclusion that text amendment was necessary in order to, number one, allow for the number of stories that are proposed, 7, and then also to eliminate the restrictions on the rooftop with respect to square footage that would be permissible for elevator returns and other mechanical features on the roof. So the proposed text amendment that is before you, which the staff provided in a memo to you, I believe last week, is an outgrowth of comments that were raised during meetings with staff, during our first presentation to you, and then through subsequent meetings that were conducted with staff that both reflect the necessity for the number of stories we propose and also eliminate those restrictions on the roof, but equally as important to come up with a sort of distance from residentially zoned properties along Stevens, Maple, and Rhodanolia, so that this proposed tower addition and future additions by the hospital, should they come to the fore in upcoming years or decades, that there be an additional setback from new construction of structures to the residential zones. And that was something that staff had suggested and we took into consideration, and therefore there is a 100-foot setback from any new structures on our hospital properties to adjoining residential properties. That's generally what the text amendment is all about. And thank you very much. That's the map that reflects what that setback is. And track 2, which is the tract on the bottom of the page that has the majority of the parking lot, that would not have 7 stories, that would be restricted to 5. But across the street, track 1 in the bottom right corner where Stephen Street bends and goes toward and bends left north toward Maple Street. That's where the proposed new structure is, and that's where the 7 stories would be allowed.
Thank you for that.
That's the full-
I thought it was important for people who were listening to us to have an opportunity to understand that.
Sure. And the concern was a well-founded one by staff that there be some protection and consideration given to residential neighbors in the vicinity of the hospital, so that for the current proposed patient pavilion and future expansion, if that it should ever come to pass, that we are forward thinking to address those legitimate concerns of residential neighbors.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions of Attorney Suchi or any of the other experts who have spoken? We, of course, will have an opportunity to ask additional questions after the public has had an opportunity to make their comments. All right, if there are none, then again, I just want to remind those who wish to speak, please give us your name and your address, and Brian Baker will explain how you can be recognized to speak.
So for members of the public, if you'd like to speak regarding this application, you can use the raise your hand tool. Now it's at the bottom of your screen. If you're dialed in on a phone, you would hit *9. So again, the raise your hand tool is at the bottom of your screen under everybody's faces that you see. And then if you're on a phone, it is *9. Doesn't, oh, there we go. Chris Harvey Smith.
Hi, I'm a little confused. Are we?
I'm sorry, can we have your name and address, please?
Oh, my name is Chris Harvey Smith and I'm at 31 Taylor Avenue. Are we discussing the zoning changes right now, or are we still on the other business?
No, we're dealing with the hospital expansion.
All right, thank you. I will lower my hand.
It doesn't look like anyone else was looking to speak, Mr. Schulman.
Okay. Attorney Suchi, final comments before we move to action?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since there were no comments that need rebuttal, I would just like to share a few final words and summarize. The application, as you know, was submitted pursuant to Section 118.440 of the regulations and Section 118.1450. And there are various standards that you are obligated to apply and consider when acting upon this application. One is the density and use of buildings, which we believe we've demonstrated would meet or exceed all the requirements of the hospital zone. Second is stable traffic flow, and I think the commentary and explanation by Chris Granatini certainly indicates that there is no change. Since there is no change in approved bed counts associated with the development, it's anticipated that the proposed new patient tower will not generate additional traffic in the roadway network. The property is served by utilities, both sewer and water, as been demonstrated by Mr. Croce's explanation of the civil engineering plans. There are mass transit facilities available within and near the hospital campus. As far as impact from noise, odor, fumes, dust, and lighting, we believe the proposed patient tower, which replaces existing hospital buildings, uses, and services with a modernized facility, will not result in any adverse impacts in those areas. As far as signage is concerned, as was mentioned and as was suggested by Commissioner Langalis, we are working on a better wayfinding package for the hospital itself, and that would be moved through the process through staff in upcoming weeks. Yards and open space will clearly meet the requirements for those components, including screening and buffering. Impact on adjoining neighbors. Well, we are removing two buildings that have outlived their usefulness and replacing those with the new tower, which will be a substantial benefit to not only the neighborhood, but to the city at large. And the additional setbacks that have been suggested, incorporated into the text amendment, will certainly be beneficial for residential zones around us. Existing land uses in the area will clearly, it's medical office, it's multifamily residential, and other similar uses in the hospital has existed at this location, very complementary and with compatibility with those neighbors. Proximity of community facilities down the hill is Matthews Park, Farah Park, the Center for Contemporary Printmaking, Stepping Stones Museum, and other facilities. In addition, there exists space within the hospital that is often dedicated for community events, lectures, and other public gatherings. As far as compliance with the Plan of Conservation and Development, there are various goals that we believe this proposal not only meets but exceeds. One is responding to change, and since change is a constant in a community in Norwalk's history, we certainly believe that upgrading the hospital facilities and providing state-of-the-art patient care meets that goal. It supports the hospital as a strong economic presence. It recognizes the hospital as one of the city's largest employers. It recognizes that Norwalk's prosperity is rooted in retaining the foundation of our diversified economy, including healthcare, and will attract growing businesses in emerging fields, and also recognizes that the largest employment sector in Norwalk is healthcare and social assistance, accounting for 14% of all jobs, of which Norwalk Hospital is a large part. There are no inland wetlands or watercourses on the site, and to date, we are not aware of any violations on the site. We ask that you consider our application this evening, that you close the hearing, and if there is any possibility that you could act upon the text amendment and special permit applications this evening, that would be preferable. We look forward to any additional comments, questions, or concerns you may have, and we would be happy to address them tonight. Our team stands ready to do that, and we will do that in short order. But thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to make the presentations that we did. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions before we close the public hearing? I see most people shaking their heads no. So we will close this public hearing, and we'll first move on to the text amendment. Brian or Steve, can you put that up on the screen? Or Michelle? We all had this in our package. I think you can move it a little faster. Okay, on the text amendment, can I have a motion to approve?
I make the motion, Mike here.
Okay, Mike Mushak has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second that call.
All right, Tammy and a couple of other people seconded. This should be, is there any further comment before we move on to a vote on this?
I just want to say thank you for the excellent presentation.
Okay, let's make this a roll call.
Sure. Mr. Ferguson,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Yes.
Ms. Wells,
Yes.
Ms. Langalis,
Yes.
Mr. Patches,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
Shulman.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Okay. Let's move on to the second. And that's a request for a special permit to construct a 7-story addition to the existing hospital. Again, can I have a motion?
Can we talk about it first? Do we motion first or talk about it first?
Let's get the motion on the table and then talk about it.
Make a motion to
Okay,
approve.
Mike Mushak has made a motion. Is there a second?
I second it, Steve.
Okay.
Point of
Steve-
clarification, Mr. Chairman, if that was a motion to
Approve.
approve. To approve.
Yeah, I apologize. And Steve Ferguson seconded. Now let's go to discussion. Nick?
Yeah, my only recommendation is we put some sort of solar condition of approval in here. It seems like a pretty easy opportunity for that.
So there was 2 items that I additionally added. This was the WPCA piece that is typical.
Right.
Catch that, and then I did add the solar panels, number 14 there.
Thank you.
I agree with that. Mike here.
Okay, so Mike made the motion and he's willing to change the motion to include these 2 changes. And Tammy, you seconded. Are these changes acceptable to you?
Me personally?
Well, because you seconded.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Okay, then we are, unless there's further discussion, we're ready to vote. Anything else that anyone wants to bring up? Okay, if not, again, this is a motion to approve the special permit for the hospital construction. Let's do a roll call.
Sure. Mr. Ferguson,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Yes.
Ms. Wells,
Yes.
Ms. Langallis,
Yes.
Mr. Patches,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
Mr. Shulman.
Yes.
Also unanimous.
Thank you everyone very much for your time and attention and your thoughtful questions and deliberation. We appreciate your help.
Thank you, team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. It's
Do you want to adjourn this meeting and then?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, I would like to, let's adjourn. This meeting is adjourned. We'll take a 10-minute break and with apologies to the people who are waiting. This has now been over 2 hours for us. We want to be able to concentrate on the public comment for the next hearing. So we're going to take a 10-minute break to kind of clear our heads and make sure that we're ready to hear what you have to say. We'll get back together at 8:23.
Thank you.
To order. I'm calling the meeting to order. Mr. Patches, you will be able to vote on the matter in front of us. However, if I'm correct, Steve, you weren't at the meeting, the last meeting, when we began the hearing.
But I listened in.
Okay, so in effect, you watched the video, so you can vote as well. That's fine.
So I was not at the last meeting. I did watch the video.
Okay, great. So it looks as if everyone can vote on the next matter. All right, with that, we'll call the meeting to order and we'll do a roll call.
Certainly. Ms. Jordan Byron,
Present.
Ms. Wells,
Present.
Mr. Mushak,
Here.
Miss Lingallis,
Here.
Mr. Ferguson,
Here.
Mr. Patches,
Right there.
Mr. Cantor,
Here.
and Mr. Schulman.
Here. This is going to be a continuation of public hearing that we began at our last meeting. It's 2022-09 R/M Planning and Zoning Commission zoning regulations text amendment to Article 10. Article 50 use regulations controlling business zones, Article 70 use regulations controlling industrial zones, Article 120 off-street parking and loading regulations, and the schedule limiting height and bulk of buildings, commercial and industrial, to amend the allowed uses in the industrial number 1 zone and create the industrial number 2 zone in conjunction with the zoning map amendment to rezone properties as shown on the map entitled Map of Norwalk Industrial Zone Changes in accordance with the recommendations provided in the Norwalk Industrial Zone Study dated September 2021. Let me again, many of you may have been on for the previous meeting, but for those of you who may not have been, in a public hearing, Mr. Kleppen will make a presentation because some of you were not at the the last meeting at which we discussed this, so that you understand exactly what's going on. Commission members are free to ask Mr. Kleppen any questions they wish during the presentation. Once the presentation has been completed, the public will be allowed to speak. Again, we don't set time limits on how long you can speak, but we ask that you be as brief as possible while covering all the issues you want to bring forward, because you only have one opportunity to speak. We ask that you conduct yourself in a courteous manner, or we will have to cut you off. We also ask that when you speak, you first introduce yourself with your name and provide us with your address. After all members of the public have spoken, Mr. Kleppen will have an opportunity to respond to any issues or questions that have been raised. Because of our requirement that you can only speak once, people who have already spoken on this issue, with the exception of lawyers who may be representing clients they haven't spoken for at the last hearing, will be permitted to speak. Otherwise, anyone else who has spoken at the last section of this hearing will not be permitted to speak a second time. And with JJ, I'm sorry, you had your hand raised briefly.
Yeah, I did. I was just going to make note of what your last comment, that in the interest of time, do we have a list of who spoke at the first part? So it doesn't.
We're going to
overlap
rely on Mr. Baker, who's shaking his head yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
All right.
Thanks for asking the question.
All right.
We're gonna ask Mr. Kleppen to go over the changes that are being proposed.
All right. And I'm assuming everybody can see that before I dive
Yes.
in. And I apologize if you were on the last meeting and you saw this presentation again. I did take out a couple slides, which I think were probably not as relevant for tonight, and I'll try to go as kind of quickly as possible in the interest of time and allowing everyone the chance to voice their opinions this evening. Just to give a little bit of background, how this whole process started. When the 2019 citywide plan, which is also known as the Plan of Conservation and Development, was put together, there were several recommendations about industrial zone land in the city and how that's used and how it should be used, how much should be available in the future, the types of uses that we might want to consider. So that was a recommendation of the plan to evaluate that further. So we went through the city budgeting department and put together a request for some funds to go ahead and bring in a consultant to help us figure some of these things out. The plan had several intents. Some of those I touched on, to make sure there's enough land going forward for the types of uses that we want to see in the city from the industrial standpoint, where those should be located, how do we reduce conflicts that have been there for a long time and conflicts that are increasing as the city evolves over time. And are there things that we can do from an incentive and regulatory standpoint to get some of these different uses and businesses in here that we don't currently have? And to oversee that process, there was an oversight committee put together comprised of various folks in levels of government as well as the city staff. During that process, there was a lot of outreach that was done in terms of public meetings, talking with stakeholders and that, individuals who had property and businesses in the area. And over the course of the time span, the plan was developed, and after that, the draft zoning regulations began to get a public airing, and that's kind of where we're at now, which we started this process, I think, with the commission probably much earlier in the calendar year. It was something the kind of time crunch that we were under was that there was a moratorium on certain uses in the industrial zones. There's been a kind of conflict historically with the contractor yard. So that was one area that we really wanted to focus on. And that was one of the areas where there was the moratorium. So we wanted to try to get things in place before that moratorium expired. So kind of like big picture overview findings from the study. One of the things was we need to get the zoning definitions and the zoning language more clear, more concise, and just have it really reflect what's happening on the ground and what we want to see going forward. Fix the boundaries of the zoning, which is probably a big part of what the commission's going to hear about tonight from the public. Because if you think about just different areas where there's industrial uses now, whether it's in East Norwalk or whether it's in South Norwalk, there are many areas where you go from residential dwelling to some kind of heavy commercial use to a residential dwelling to a commercial use. It's kind of a hodgepodge of things. It's just kind of the way it developed over time. So what we want to do is kind of having that level itself out over time. And people need to keep in mind that this is like this plan itself, like all the other plans we put together, have that kind of 10-year horizon where we want to start to see things kind of develop and correct themselves over time. We understand that there are businesses there that exist. We're not looking to drive anybody out. There are businesses that, there could be higher and better uses for the property that could generate more jobs and have more beneficial economic benefit to the city. So we put some incentives into the regulations in terms of increased building height, reducing parking, and adding complementary uses to kind of offset those costs. Overall, there's a 70% reduction citywide in the amount of heaviest industrial zone land. There has been an increase on where you can keep commercial vehicles, because that's been an issue that we heard on the reverse side. We need places to park our vehicles. I'm a plumber and I've got 3 or 4 trucks. I need a place to park my vehicles. So we were cognizant of that, and we tried to open that up and do so in a manner that wasn't going to be detrimental to the neighborhoods. Also, we wanted to kind of separate the different kind of contractor yards. Currently, we lump everything together, but there's a big difference in the impacts from somebody that's got 20-foot high piles of dirt and is sifting and creating piles and crushing up stone and so forth, versus somebody that's just got like he's got a plumbing contractor and he stores some conduit and he's got 5 or 6 vans. As part of that, which we're not going to get into tonight, was a second kind of compendium study of the industrial waterfront that is kind of moving on its own track and will be out more public consumption fairly shortly. And another last kind of big picture item was to look at the Norden site and put it for now into the I2 classification. We can talk about that a little more later with some other recommendations and thoughts we had, because I know the public has reached out with some concerns and thoughts about what they'd like to see there. So the main focus areas, working kind of north to south, the north area, which is kind of like what I'm going to call the Perry Ave area. There's a second area in here, not circled, but there are some legacy industrial parcels in and around the Wall Street area. When the West Ave Wall Street plan was done in 2000, I think 19, the initial recommendation was to kind of rezone them as part of the Wall Street area, but the final recommendation was to keep them industrial until this study was done, because they knew that was kind of coming right on the heels of that study. But we reached the same conclusion that it makes sense to just consolidate the zoning in and around those areas. Third area is the East Norwalk area. There is the Norden site to the far east or far right. And then you have this spine of heavy industrial use, which parallels the railroad tracks in East Norwalk. The largest area of industrial zoning is in South Norwalk, where you have this kind of darker blue color, which is currently zone industrial 1, and this kind of lighter purplish blue color, which is currently zone restricted industrial, and that zone is proposed to go away. Working through the zones again, I mentioned the map on the left is the existing zoning, whereas the map on the right is the proposed zoning. I mentioned in the Wall Street area, there's some legacy industrial properties off Wall Street area and off the Route 1 cross street area. And those are recommended to go to the central business district. And I think that's more of a cleanup than anything else in terms of significant change. Starting at the top, Perry Avenue area, there are some areas that have historically been used for industrial and sometimes heavy industrial purposes off of New Canaan Ave and off of Perry Ave. They're kind of to the west of the main Ave area. Consultant, and staff, it was kind of in pretty quick lockstep on this, that it's probably a good area to upzone to a heavier industrial use. It should be pointed out that the main Ave area, as well as the Route 1 corridor, does allow some boutique and light manufacturing. So we've kind of tried to open those areas up as well. But this area we felt could use, it may be appropriate for a little higher intensity use. Moving to the east, East Norwalk, I mentioned the Norden site that's proposed to go to I2, should be reflected in the same color on the map. But the main area of focus in the area will be this area through here, which I mentioned parallels the railroad tracks. That currently, this kind of, I guess maybe it's a periwinkle, is currently zoned I1, proposed to go to I2. This grayed out area along the water, that's currently zoned I1, as I mentioned, is part of the waterfront study, which we'll get into probably in a couple of months. The area with the probably saw the greatest amount of change is the South Norwalk area. The map on the left, again, is the existing zoning. So as I mentioned, this darker purple color is the heavy industrial or I1 zone. And this lighter color, which kind of a big chunk of it is along MLK Boulevard. That's currently restricted industrial. Restricted industrial, which many people will tell you, really never had the desired effect that it was set up for. So we kind of tried to rethink the zoning quite a bit there to try to fix some of those historic issues. On the right, the proposed zoning, we've upzoned this area off of Rockland Road from the RI to the I1. It's one of the main reasons is that there's really not an impact on neighbors in that particular area. We are down zoning the Boughton Street area. That was one of the areas initially flagged by the consultant team. They had a lot of concerns with the narrow streets and the truck traffic and thought it was appropriate to zone that from I-1 to I-2.
Steve, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think some members of the public might not understand up zone and down zone when you use that sort of.
Oh, sure. Thanks. That's a good point. So, so it depends on how you look at it. Upzoning it would be, in the way I'm speaking, upzoning it would be going from I-2 to I-1, where you're allowed to do some more intense uses, whereas going from I-1 to I-2, it scales down intensity. But as I mentioned, and we'll go through the uses in a little bit, we try to open up some of the uses allowed in the I-2, especially that's more beneficial for folks that were in the I-1, for some uses that they can't do presently. And I understand there's a whole list of uses that we went over last time that you can no longer do, or if the regulation amendments pass, that you wouldn't be allowed to do in the I-1, but it was pretty quickly concluded that those aren't necessarily appropriate for those areas regardless. One thing that happened kind of 2/3 of the way through the process was the city decided to purchase this kind of large block in here, which is the Hatch and Bailey site for the new South Norwalk School. That site's currently zoned I-1. There was a lot of conversation about what to do with that property, as well as the properties on the other side of Meadow Street, which has a lot of the heavy industrial uses. Common Council recommendation was to zone those from I-1 to I-2 to lessen the impacts on the neighborhood and impacts on where the school will be located. Zooming in to look at a couple specific areas in South Norwalk, because when you get into Kossuth and Olean, you have a lot of small parcels with some tight streets, and the road network's difficult to figure out, as well as where the property lines are. A lot of the zoning in this area, the map on the left is the current zoning, is Industrial 1. We've cleaned that up and proposed that to make it Industrial 2, which is kind of a lesser impact on those residential neighborhoods to the west. Another area that came out of Common Council recommendation was kind of the southeast part of Chestnut Street is currently zoned I-1. That's this area through here. Common Council had requested that get rezoned to neighborhood business, which is what occurs on the I guess the east side of that block, which actually fronts on South Main Street. So that change was recommended to be included there. You'll probably hear from some folks who would prefer that a portion of those areas be at least changed to the I-2 zone. And I believe that they'll speak to that during public comment portion. Another area kind of to the further north and west is the Lexington Avenue corridor. And I have a map I can show you in a little bit. And I did speak with a gentleman today about some property to the south about his request to go to the D residence versus C. And I think he can make an argument that that makes sense for that kind of small block area. But in general, we tried to clean up where this area starts to transition more towards where the train station is, remove some of that industrial and make it more consistent with the way the area is developing, and then clean up where the neighborhood business is versus where the residential is. And we tried to match that up with how the land use currently functions. So we think this is more of a cleanup and just kind of makes sense over the long term for how this area is evolving. And I touched on this before and just kind of bears repeating because it's a pretty significant change. On the map on the right is the proposed zoning, and what you see here is the proposed school site. So we propose to make that into D residence, which would be more in keeping with the housing that you see to the north. And there, obviously, we mentioned there were concerns about the heavy industrial users that kind of are across the street on Meadow and the impacts with the school zone. So we, the compromise that was recommended was to go from the I-1 to the I-2. I know, I'm sure you'll hear from some folks who aren't happy with that change, but that was the recommendation that came out of conversations with council. Again, this is just another zoom in of those sites through there we just discussed. So again, just zooming way out again, just to give you one last look at this, and we can go back to it at any point in time. The map on the left is the proposed industrial zones in South Norwalk as they initially came through. Again, this bluish color is the I2 zone, whereas the green is proposed for I1. And the map on the right kind of shows the breakdown of the different zones as they currently exist, just to give everybody a sense of where things are. Again, this pinkish color is I1, that's the heavy industrial zone. It's proposed to go from I1 to I2. This kind of purplish color through here is the existing restricted industrial zone, and that is also proposed to go to I2. The two changes which we did discuss, the Rockland Road area proposed to go from RI to I1, and then Boughton Street proposed to go from I1 to I2. Getting into the uses, and we spent some time talking about uses at the last meeting. This table reflects current uses that are allowed either by site plan or special permit in the I1 zone, what's proposed to change in the second column in the I1 zone, whether it's site plan or special permit. The third column is restricted industrial zone, and those simply reflect the current uses in that zone, as I mentioned, is proposed to be eliminated. And the column on the far right is the proposed I2 zone. So that, as I mentioned, that zone doesn't exist currently, but those are the proposed uses, whether they are via site plan or via special permit. And just for everyone's edification, site plan versus special permit simply is a trigger on the type of application that's submitted. Site plan application is, for the commission's part, is where they're really kind of checking the boxes on the application to make sure the application conforms to the regulations, doesn't cause any traffic problems, and they meet all the requirements in the code. Whereas under the special permit process, the commission has more discretion and additional criteria to apply to an application. So they have more leeway and more control on whether they think something's appropriate or not. So that's just basically the difference between the two. And we can refer back to the slide regarding questions at any point in time. The supplementary memo, which we'll probably get into after my presentation, had some recommendations for some uses to include, which staff had provided comment on. We can go through those. But again, this is the bulk table that was submitted as part of the public hearing package. Touching on, another facet is how big and what can be built on the site. And this is the bulk and height table. The upper portion is the existing zoning, whether it's I1. And I should just mention, there is a little bit of, in the city, there's a small, I think there's 2 properties in total that actually are considered light industrial number 2. That zone also is proposed to be eliminated. So you'll end up with an I1 and an I2, whereas the light industrial kind of goes away and the restricted industrial goes away. The proposed standards for the bulk and height are indicated below. Couple things just to point out, that the one change is the height is probably the big change as it applies to both zones. The factor for the increase in the height was based on consultant recommendations with how modern manufacturing operates today. They need high bay doors to get in. They need high first floors to move around equipment, move cargo around, and store items. So that's the caveat that they provide those higher bay doors. We initially had it proposed at a little higher. We've dropped that down based on some concerns we've received from the commission, as well as from public feedback at a prior meeting on this topic. Another issue that's come up, and again, this is also part of like a little bit of a summary slide. Citywide, there's over 500 acres zoned industrial, whether that's the I1 or the I2 or the restricted industrial. There's been, with this proposal, a 70% reduction in the heaviest industrial, but at the flip side, a 45% increase on where you can park commercial vehicles. And that is with some conditions, I don't want to just indicate that it's not, but we try to be cognizant of the fact that, there are a lot of people that rely on commercial vehicles for their livelihood. So we want to provide opportunities on where they can go. We've also added 40 acres, a little over 40 acres from the business 2 zone to the I2 zone to provide additional land area. And a lot of that comes into the Perry Ave area where to allow some more intense use. South Norwalk specific, there's been over 160 acre reduction in the I1 zone, and overall reduction of 70 acres of industrial zone land between the different industrial classifications. This might be a little higher than this, but there may be approximately 20 contractor yards that will become legally non-conforming. Staff did offer up language for the commission's consideration for those contractor yards that would become legally non-conforming, that they would have the ability to have flexibility within their space. So if they had, if they wanted to add a building, they could do so. If they wanted to move piles from location A to location B, that would not be a concern. However, if they are proposing to move those piles any closer to any residential areas, there would be additional buffer and additional setback built into that requirement. On the flip side, to provide some flexibility and provide some incentive to perhaps thinking about doing something differently on their property, we've increased the height and number of stories, reduced the parking demand, added boutique and manufacturing in other areas, loosened up the requirements on site plan from the commission's threshold of review from 20,000 to 50,000 square feet. So that's a time and money savings for those users. And we've also added some complementary uses like residential in the I2 zone, where if those are added on the upper stories, they can help supplement income on those properties and subsidize those ground floor commercial uses. I'm going to skip these test fit examples just because I don't think they're as relevant to the discussion. I'll stop my presentation there. Mr. Chairman, I didn't know if you wanted me to pull up any of the kind of memo open-ended questions or potential edits that you wanted to consider as part of this, or do that at a different time. I'm happy to do whatever you'd like. Oh, you're muted, Lou, sorry. Oh, Lucy, you're muted, so we didn't hear you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was saying that in fairness to people who are watching, it may make sense for you to do that.
Sure, let me just reshare and get that called up. All right. Can you see the memo? Is that
we can see it, but can you make it just a bit bigger?
Certainly. So
much better.
So the first item, and I won't spend much time on this because we did discuss it at length. This was the non-conformity clause I just referred to. So there's language there that you can consider, which I said, like I said, gives them some flexibility and allows them to move things around, maybe locate a building, etc. And these came in, and I'll go through these pretty quickly. These came in during the public comment period, and a lot of this came at prior to your last hearing on this, but we did get some additional ones. You'll recall that adult daycare was an approved use for an application very recently on Van Zandt Street. That was an oversight, leaving that off on our part, so we would recommend adding that back in. I think the next one, Artist Live Workspace, I think is more of an oversight as well, and I would recommend that you consider adding that back into the I2 as well. So right now, the one for consideration was automotive use, and I think that's one you'd have to think about. Whether you feel that's appropriate for the I2 or not for the I2. We received a more recent request from Attorney Blank to allow boat storage as part of the commercial vehicle storage. I think if this is, and given the nature of where the I2 zone is proposed, if this area is abutting, or could be considered a water dependent use, then I think then we could, if we added that clause in, I think then that would be acceptable and not inconsistent with the goals we're trying to achieve. Same thing with marinas. If it's a water dependent a property that can support water dependent use, then I think then that makes sense. Attorney Blank offered up some language regarding commercial recreation uses being, grandfathering those specific uses in. Staff again is supportive of that change and think that makes sense in terms of, it doesn't, on a kind of our thinking is the best places for these commercial rec uses are probably somewhere along, maybe up on West Ave or off of Main Ave or off of the Route 1 corridor. I think they fit in better up there. But there are some that exist and some that are actually, maybe more in keeping with the area. So I think that amendment actually is some common sense to that. There was also an amendment consideration, and I'll just scroll down for how office use can be interpreted and allowed in these. So staff has provided some comments on that and would recommend considering that. Another one was the vocational trade school. You'll recall we spent a lot of time talking about the Van Zandt property, so that would recommend, it's already in the regulations, it's not a change, so we'd recommend just making sure that's wrapped back in. The next set of items are more on the clarification side, that there, and I don't know if you really know if this would come to fruition, but there was a concern about the way the text could be interpreted in terms of you allow dwelling units under certain provisions, but then that same text says it refers to allowed site plan uses being on the ground floor, whereas dwelling units technically could be considered a site plan use. So I think the recommendation we have is to include that double the Roman numeral 2 in there as and add that the word another before permitted. And I think that clarifies that issue. Next issue has to do with contractor yards and earth material storage yards. So there was a couple of questions that staff has posed to the commission. And that really had to do with the types of materials. Somebody said, well, can you not consider mulch part of that operation? But, in talking with a couple of people, they said, sometimes the mulch generates as much odor and as much dust as the topsoil does. So I'm not sure how you feel about that, or whether that should be included or not. Staff would have some concerns how that could kind of proliferate. I think it might be easier to kind of lump them together as proposed. There's also a recommendation to be clear on the weight and capacity of commercial vehicles. So we have an understanding of that. So staff has proposed the language in red, which I think clarifies that question about the size of the vehicles. And I think that there's a clear distinction about what could go there and what can't go there. Other recommendation from Attorney Blank, which I believe we talked about at the last hearing, has to do with the historic preservation language, as well as how that works with the existing ground floor use. And I think, I'm not sure if I included that in the language or not. I will circle back to that. There was a question about warehousing and ancillary retail. I just want to make sure that that's clear, that could be potentially used. So there's kind of a lot of hybrid uses that are occurring now, where they have a warehouse space, but they also do some kind of like showroom retail or showroom wholesale out of there, where they have items for display. Somebody could come in and look at them and potentially buy that. I don't think our intent was to kind of stifle that kind of growth or regulate it to that degree. So staff wants to make sure that's clear as part of this. There were several recommendations, which you got a lot of letters on this week for some properties that, specific parcels that were proposed for rezoning. We talked about this a little bit when we're on the mapping exercise. I'll blow it up just a little bit more so it's more clear the parcels we're talking about. This was one area specific to Chestnut Street. There are some heavier industrial users in this corridor through here. The recommendation, as you recall, on the map on the right shows this kind of reverse L that is the NB parcels, and that's these NB parcels through here. In response to some concerns by council, the recommendation went for NB for this entire block and extended that a little north. We have a request for these parcels, which are, being historically commercial for a long time, for these to go from I1 to I2 versus from going from I1 to NB. I believe you may hear from somebody to speak about that, but you also did get a letter to that effect. Another map change had to do with some parcels on Ely Avenue. Staff did some analysis on what the uses were in those areas. And that's what this map is here. And in this map, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to, it's kind of too big for one page, so I'll have to scroll back and forth a couple times. What this map shows are existing uses per the tax assessor. So the tax assessor, what they do is when they do the, their revals and their verifications, they write down what they see on site. So they're not making a legal determination of what's there. So if somebody had 4 units there, they're not saying there's 4 legal units, they're just saying there's 4 units and we're going to tax you on those 4 units. So this map reflects what the tax assessor observed. I wanted to point out some things with the legend. A big chunk of this is 2 and 3 family. The proposal is to go to 2 family max. So there would be some nonconformities created. I did speak with a gentleman today who's probably going to talk a little later, who spoke specifically about this kind of piece or segment of the area through here, which has a couple different properties that are quite large that contain north of 10 units or so. So their recommendation was to consider at least this portion into the D residence zone, which is a multifamily zone, versus the C, which would be a 2-family zone max. So I'll let them speak to it, but I wanted to flag that for you as we move through the discussion. And the other area, which we talked about quite a bit at the last meeting, and I know you'll probably hear about it again from someone or more individuals tonight, was the northern area. So there's a couple different things that came up as part of this. Right now, the northern site is zone restricted industrial and allows a whole slew of uses, many of which I don't think the city wants to see anywhere, regardless of where it's located. So we've removed those. There were concerns raised about items like commercial vehicle storage and how large you could see for contractor vehicle parking or the building material storage yard. So staff has offered up a couple caveats or provisions to add on to the northern site, or you could apply that, probably more wholesale across the entire I2 zone, which makes more sense. There was also the idea of placing a moratorium on the northern site as a whole. That there may be, we had a quick conversation with Corporation Counsel about that it might be possible. I just don't know if that's a sound decision or really a fair decision to do something like that. It might make more sense to look at a study of the site in cooperation with that property owner and maybe include the neighbors if, that property owner was willing to go down that road, but that's a conversation for another day. But just thought I'd flag that. I believe that's the extent of the items that I had in my memo. I know you did get some additional correspondence over the course of the last week or so, as well as today. There might be additional items you wanted to discuss in that, but that's a very expedited overview of where things stand from staff end. I'm happy to take any questions or defer whatever your discretion is.
Well, let's move on to the public. Before Brian explains how to access speaking, let me just remind you again that we need you to introduce yourself with your name and your address. Brian?
Sure. So for members of the public, if you'd like to speak regarding industrial zones, use the raise your hand tool now. It's at the bottom of your screen. If you're dialed in on a phone, hit *9. And then just a reminder, if you spoke at the previous meeting, I believe you're just limited to speaking on new materials. And with that, we'll open it up. Looks like we have Adam Blank.
Good evening. Guys hear me?
Yeah.
Great. And Brian, can I get access to share my screen?
Yes, 1 second.
All right, great. Good evening, everybody. Adam Blank, Wapsie Rosen. I live here in Norwalk, and I'm here tonight on behalf of 300 Wilson Avenue LLC, which deceptively is actually located at 310 Wilson Avenue. That's about 7 acres of land. It's in the industrial 1 zone. I share, and I think my screen's up, right?
Yeah.
All right, great. So, and this is the properties highlighted here, and the sort of well-known tenant is the Sono Ice House. Is the largest tenant, although they're in 1 building, and the property actually comprises the large building, about 100,000 square feet, a smaller one here of about 21,000 square feet, an even smaller one over here of about 5,000 square feet. And this one actually has boat storage in it presently. It's right up on Farm Creek here, or Village Creek rather. And this is about 7 acres of land, so it's a pretty big parcel. So my client is the landlord for the Ice House. They spent about almost 10 years ago, brought the Ice House in over some traditional warehouse tenants that were interested in the space. And I think most of you have probably been in the site. It was no insignificant financial undertaking to get that the hockey rinks in there and get that site fit up for the hockey use, which is commercial recreation. Right now they're in discussions with the operators of the Ice House to take some additional space on the property and offer additional conditioning for some of the youth athletes that use it. And of course, the Ice House brought, we finally allow Norwalk and Brian McMahon to have a true home rink. And it's, I think, in my view, it's a little bit different than a lot of the other commercial recreation establishments, because it really does sort of serve the community, and it serves the school system, as opposed to being pure recreation. But in any event, the property is currently zoned I1. It's a permissible use, and it's proposed to be rezoned I2. We can live with the proposed changes, but we really think it's important that for the commercial recreation establishment that they be allowed to remain and be a permitted use, so long as they are sort of, we'll call them pre-existing. And I proposed specific language in a letter to you all, or a letter to Director Kleppen dated September 29th, 2022, that would tell you exactly where and how you can put that language in. But we definitely hope that you'll add commercial recreation as a permitted use in the I2, only for those properties within the soon-to-be I2 that already have those uses, so that you don't encourage new ones, but that you give the existing ones some flexibility with their tenants. We've also got, and actually I can show you, that's the language that we are asking to be put in. So for commercial vehicle storage yard and marinas, I think Director Kleppen mentioned that he didn't have an issue with you amending it, particularly for the properties that actually have water access, which we do and currently do use like a marina type of a use for the indoor boat storage on site. We think that should continue to be a permitted use. We've sort of proposed, and I'll stop sharing, two different angles. And first of all, I'll also point out, I know you haven't yet finished the waterfront study that sort of got separated out from this industrial zone study. But I think most people think that at some point in the near future, that there's likely to be some development along Water Street of some nature that would be other than exclusively boat storage and marina use. And so I know that staff has some concerns about the economics of boat storage in Norwalk, but we do think that it's not such a terrible idea to offer in the I-2 additional places for folks to store boats that might be better suited than up by Washington Street along water. And specifically for us, you know, if you're on the water, keeping a marina use, I think we're looking for the ability to if somebody wants to put in a marina away from the downtown, I think that should be an advantage for Norwalk, and we should encourage that and not prohibit it. So we'd like you to allow marina as a use. If you allow marina as a use with the boat storage, that solves our issue because we can have the marina with the boat storage. But I would suggest to you that for the commercial vehicle storage definition, that there's really no harm in allowing vessels to be stored on sites inland that aren't on the water. I do think it's a nice thing to have, and a lot of these boat storage places end up doing the shrink wrapping on the boats. They do the power washing, and they do the winterizing, and then getting it ready for the summer, which requires them to employ staff, which does support the city. So again, those three requests are in my letter to you, and I hope that you will adopt them. And that's all that I have, unless you have a question for me.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Rick Costantini.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Am I permitted to present by video, or is it just audio?
I can do that. Give me 1 second, Rick.
Thank you.
Rick, can you provide us with your address, please?
Sure. My name is Rick Costantini. I'm an attorney with FLB Law in Westport, Connecticut, and I'm here on behalf of the LeBlanc family.
Okay.
Second. Over.
Rick, you're muted.
Looks like we
Sorry.
lost him. Oh, no, there we go.
Sorry about that. Okay. Again, my name is Rick Costantini. I'm an attorney with FLB Law in Westport, Connecticut, and I'm here on behalf of the LeBlanc family. The LeBlanc family owns LeBlanc's Auto Parts located at 34 Meadow Street. The primary business is the sale of new and used auto parts and the sale of used cars and the recycling of motor vehicles. The business has been properly permitted and operating since its inception over 60 years ago. They're an integral part of the community and fabric of Norwalk. The result of the proposed zone change is that the property goes from an I-1 to an I-2. The important thing to note is that under the proposed new regulations, motor vehicle storage / junkyard, which I believe is how my client's property is currently characterized, is completely eliminated from usage in town. It's no longer permitted use anywhere in Norwalk. I believe there's currently only 2 uses of that type in Norwalk. And, you know, I understand Mr. Kleppen made the comment that the regulations are not meant to look to drive anyone out. But with all due respect, that would end up being the net effect of these proposed changes. Under the City of Norwalk's Plan of Conservation and Development, it states that Norwalk has a diverse set of thriving small to medium-sized industrial users and should attract more of these types of firms. The city should continue to reserve industrial land and seek out niche industrial opportunities to fit Norwalk's strengths. My client is a small to medium-sized industrial user. The proposed changes to the regulations actually do the opposite of what the POCD calls for. It eliminates this type of use entirely. By eliminating this type of use, my client's property will become a legal non-conforming use. I just want to point out a couple of different things which I think are important to reiterate regarding legal non-conforming uses. First, the word legal is very important. A legal non-conforming use is a use that is 100% protected under the Constitution. It's a property right that's protected. Simply put, every single property owner whose property and or business becomes a non-conforming use as a result of these changes would still be permitted to operate that business going forward. But what does that mean? So if I know that Mr. Kleppen referenced a sort of 10-year horizon where you'd like to see some of the changes start to occur. But if there's an anticipation or expectation that the proposed changes to the zoning regs will somehow change these neighborhoods quickly, that's not necessarily the case. The uses can continue for decades. There's no ability to stop the uses to continue as they currently are. It's more likely that these uses will outlast probably all the people participating tonight on this meeting. The right to continue to operate the use is legally protected under the Constitution. It does not expire. So what effect does that have? What's the actual effect of the zoning changes? Businesses who otherwise might invest in their companies and try to make them more efficient, quieter, cleaner, etc., will now not be able to do so because they'd be categorized as a non-conforming use. They will be required to basically continue operating with the technology and infrastructure as it exists in 2022. Other issues that I think are important with regards to non-conforming uses, it presents additional hurdles for my client outside of expansion and growth. One of the things that is important for business owners is the ability to get loans, small business loans for their businesses. Lenders are very concerned with risk, and the fact that a property is determined to be a non-conforming use makes it much more difficult for property owners and business owners to get funding for their businesses. So what's my client asking for? First, my client's asking that the property remain classified as I-1 as it currently is, and to reinsert motor vehicle junkyard as a permitted use in that zone so that they continue operating as a permitted use going forward. I mean, we can describe the zone using more updated terminology, such as auto recycling, which is really what they're doing. The term junkyard is sort of an outdated term. But the effect should be that my client should be permitted to continue operating as a permitted use in an I-1 zone. Mr. Kleppen also talked about the nonconformity clause. So if the commission's already made up their mind regarding this decision on the zoning regs, and the plan is to go forward with it, I would ask the commission to consider the language, the nonconformities clause, which provides an added benefit, but I will ask you to do so with one caveat. As proposed, that language applies to contractor yards only. The language provides benefits such as the ability to relocate piles, machinery, and buildings, and the ability to construct new structures. I submitted a letter earlier this week, which I'm sure you all received, that addressed our request. And I followed up with an email to Mr. Kleppen, which he informed me was forwarded all along to you. So I'm not going to reiterate everything in that letter and in the email, but I just want to highlight a couple important points. Again, first, the language is in the nonconformities clause is strictly limited to contractor yards. I know it was discussed sort of generally last meeting, but the benefits of that language apply only to that one use, contractor yards. That's why the language that I submitted along with my letter, proposed language, I should say, would be applicable to all non-conforming uses. Let's use my client's property as an example, and let's assume the language as proposed or presented earlier by Mr. Kleppen is the language that's approved. In that scenario, if a hurricane were to strike the coast and my client's building is significantly damaged or destroyed, he'd be prohibited from rebuilding that structure to continue operating the business. But let's also assume his neighbor operates a contractor's yard, which has become non-conforming as a result of these regulations. And that same storm significantly damages or destroys his building also. The contractor's yard would be permitted to rebuild the structure and continue operating, but my client would not be able to do so. The fact that the proposed language would treat two non-conforming uses differently violates a rule called the uniformity provision. The uniformity provision comes from section 8.2 of the Connecticut General Statutes, which says that all zoning regulations shall be uniform for each class or kind of buildings, structures, or use of land throughout each district. The purpose of the uniformity provision is to ensure that zoning regulations will be applied in the same way in similar situations in an equal treatment of applications, so as to prevent favoritism in how regulations are applied. By using the language that Mr. Kleppen proposed earlier, which only applies to contractor yards, would violate this provision because it would be treating two non-conforming uses separately within the same district. The second point I will raise from my letter is that the language proposed, Mr. Kleppen provided earlier, which is the proposed language that you have, also contains a carve-out, which states that if the property is within a flood zone, you can't take advantage of the language. Even if you're a contractor yard, if you're in a flood zone, you're not permitted to take advantage of that nonconformity clause. We don't prohibit building in flood zones. In fact, if you drive along the beach in any town, you see many homes and buildings that are constructed within flood zones. There may be additional requirements and factors that need to be addressed, but provided you comply with the standards, as a general rule, you can build and operate within flood zones. The reason this is important is because the properties along Meadow Street are located within a flood zone. So none of the properties in that area will be permitted to take advantage of the nonconformities clause that Mr. Kleppen put on the screen earlier, because they're in a flood zone. So it begs the question, why are we imposing this additional restriction on these non-conforming uses? The simple answer is that the town doesn't want these uses, specifically in the case of my client, motor vehicle storage / junkyard, as defined currently in the regs, to be allowed anywhere in Norwalk. So why is this important? Well, LeBlanc's Auto Parts provides a key service to the city of Norwalk. My client, Glenn LeBlanc, is also present for this meeting, and he wanted to address you about a couple points. So I'd ask that he be allowed to speak now, but I just have one comment to make after he's done speaking, and then I'll be finished.
All right, I gotta find him.
No problem.
And then Glenn, just make sure you say your name and address for us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Rick, did you want, I don't know if Rick wanted to say something more before I started.
No, Glenn, you can speak. I just have one point to make after you're done.
Okay. Thank you, everyone here. My name is Glenn LeBlanc, and I'm representing my family. So just a few points to kind of follow up on what Rick was saying. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to be trying to make any legal points. I'm sure you'll all be happy about that. But I just wanted to give you a little bit of color on our family and the business we have here. So, and I just wrote a few points. 90 years ago, my grandfather moved from Canada to Norwalk, as many people did, to start a new life in a new country. And 70 years ago, my father, one of the oldest of 5 children, started LeBlanc's Auto Parts with his father, my grandfather, and his 4 brothers. So 4 generations and 70 years later, we still proudly own and operate LeBlanc's Auto Parts, as Rick said. We are, my brothers, my cousins, my families, we have all raised our families here in Norwalk. Many of them are raising their families here in Norwalk, and their children call Norwalk home. So for every 70 years, we paid taxes, employed local citizens, attended Norwalk schools, and provided what we think are tremendous service to the city. And we're proud to be a part of the fabric of the city and the community. But 2 weeks ago, when we got this notice for the first time, and with all due respect, Steve Kleppen indicated that many stakeholders were talked to about this. We were never talked to about this, even though we've been here for 70 years. But 2 years when we got this, it was very clear and told in so many words, we don't want you here anymore. As Rick said, we are completely eliminated from any zones, not just the I-1 to I-2 or any zones. Our use is completely eliminated. And sure, you can look at a junkyard and say, who wants a junkyard? I mean, come on, it's a junkyard. But I don't even know if everyone really even knows what a junkyard does, other than we've said sell used auto parts. Recycling isn't just putting your a little plastic water bottle in a little blue bin. Recycling started many years ago in World War II as the war effort, and then was continued by what we are now as the modern recyclers. We take cars and we literally reuse them and recycle the materials in them that allows us to preserve our natural resources and, believe it or not, keep our environment cleaner. Again, it's not a junkyard. It's a recycling facility. And we, for many years, have always looked to do it legally and improve on the way we did it. But it's not just that. It's not just about the business. My father has always said to us, and our father has always said, you have to give back to the community, and you have to help out the city that you call home. So what he did was he forged relationships, lasting relationships to this day, with many of our local city leaders, including the fire department and the police department. With the fire department, since the 1960s, we provided space and vehicles for them to bring new firemen and women over to practice with jaws of life and extractions on vehicles, and also to work on putting out car fires. You can't do that in a video game. You actually need to physically teach our new firemen and women how to do that. And that's what we've done. And we continue to do that to this day. I don't know how many lives that saved, but I guarantee you it has saved hundreds, if not thousands of lives over the 70 years that we've been doing that. The other thing we did was we were a founding partner with Norwalk and the city of Norwalk in their abandoned vehicle program. With that, we tow and we store and we process the paperwork for the city for all abandoned cars to keep the cities clean. We've received commendations many, many years, which we proudly display in our business right now. One of them that we display is from our current mayor and former chief of police, Harry Rilling. As part of this, again, as I said, we appropriately recycle oil, gas, tires, batteries, refrigerants, all the toxic materials that are on and in cars so that they don't end up on our city streets. We don't make any money from this. It actually costs us money to do this. And the fact that the police officers in the police department are specifically assigned to deal with this issue in and of itself is proof that it's an ongoing problem and the city needs our assistance doing it. The benefit to the communities is obvious, in my opinion. And finally, I'd like to put a different hat on right now. Some of you on this screen know that I am a banker in Norwalk. I work for a community bank that's been here for 150 years. And we proudly provide services and loans, as Rick talked about, to many of the businesses in Norwalk, many of whom are in these zones that we're talking about changing right now. And as we all know, these are small businesses. They invest their blood, sweat, tears, time and money, personal assets to run these businesses. And then they have to go to banks with the understanding that they can continue to run those businesses and get loans. And because they're small businesses, they put their business assets up and they sign personally. So when you make or consider making these kinds of restrictive changes, not only will it prohibit them from getting new loans, it will potentially prohibit them from paying the loans they have. And because of that, we're obligated to get the bank's money back, which is your money. When the depositors put the money in there, this risks not only their business assets that they've spent their entire lives putting together, but in some cases, their personal assets and their homes. I would ask you the question, what would you do if someone tomorrow came to you and said, whatever your job is, it's gone and everything you've worked for and lived for is gone? So we're not naive as a family. We know this vote is going to happen. We know this change is going to happen. But I would like you to consider the things I've said. I'd like you to consider and think about the businesses and all that they provide, like ours and the other businesses that are going to be impacted by the community. I'd like you to consider the services and the goodwill that they have and they continue to provide, and that will be lost when these changes occur. And I'd like you to consider, as I mentioned before, about these people that have put their personal assets on the line, the lives and generations of families. Some of them are your friends, your neighbors, your relatives who are going to be destroyed. Their lives and homes and personal assets will be gone. Thanks for your time, but it's a passionate subject for us. As I said, we've been here for 70 years serving the community, and to be told you're no longer wanted is difficult to swallow.
Thank you, Glenn. I just wanted to close with, I don't want to take, I know there's a lot of people looking to speak, so I don't want to take up all of your time, but I just wanted to close with the point that obviously there are going to be a number of residents to speak tonight. There were a number of residents who spoke at the last meeting, property owners, business owners, and they're here because of the impact that these zoning changes have on their properties, businesses, etc. I believe all of them would welcome the opportunity to try and work out these problems and issues with zoning staff and zoning and the Planning and Zoning Commission to reach a resolution that maybe not everyone's ecstatic about, but that all parties can live with. I know there was a discussion last time that everybody was aware of these proposed changes, but the people are here now looking to ask for your help and to ask you to consider, in our case, proposed language that would allow my client to continue operating as they have done, as a permitted use in an I-1 zone. We just would like that these changes get done correctly and not quickly. And again, just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Brian, before you call anybody else, I wasn't quick enough. What Mr. LeBlanc said was perfectly appropriate. He didn't say anything wrong, but we should not allow multiple speakers within. If an attorney speaks, then an attorney is speaking for the company. It should have been either Mr. LeBlanc, and I'm not criticizing them. We're the ones that should have said something. It should have been either Mr. LeBlanc or his attorney. I just want to make you aware of that so that as we move forward with other speakers, we don't let that happen again.
Okay, next is Kevin Conroy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Chairman, I've got to address that issue because at the last hearing, I didn't speak because you graciously told me if I spoke at the last one, I couldn't speak at this one. And actually, Adam Blank is speaking for my partners and I for 310. So I waited today to say a few words, but now you told me I can't. So I missed last week. Would you indulge me with just a couple of things? I'll be very short.
Yeah, since I specifically told you not to speak last time, sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you, commissioners and members of the Norwalk staff. So I'm one of the owners of 310 Wilson Avenue, and Adam did a great job of describing the property and the requests. I wanted to just add a couple of comments. When we made the decision to put a hockey rink in there, we were being sought after by other people that would have not brought the first time having a hockey rink in Norwalk in the last 35 years. I was determined to have something I thought was great for the community. And in the zone change, they'll still be able to stay, but they wouldn't be able to expand. And even prior to starting this, they came to me and wanted to rent another 10,000 square feet, which I would be unable to do if you don't grandfather us in, which you're going to, but allow an existing use to expand. And one of the reasons, and I want to reiterate, is because they needed to survive. Hockey rinks are very, very low margin businesses. And with the increase in labor costs, with the increase in energy, with the increase of all sorts of operating costs, they're not making much money and they need some additional area to try to generate some. So it's important for the ongoing success of that facility. It's nothing against bouncy ball operations, but that's not what this is. The kids from Brian McMahon, Norwalk High School, and all these youths are playing hockey here. It's an important part of the community, and I need to give them the opportunity to stay in business. So I'd like really to consider that ongoing. If we already have existing, we can continue to do that. I want to point out that Adam pointed there was a 5,000 square foot building that has boat storage in it. It's actually the other building also, the 21,000 square foot, also has 15,000 square feet of boat storage and in the back. And they were looking for some outdoor storage for me, which as soon as you vote on this, if you don't allow either marinas or outdoor storage, I'll be precluded from those two existing operating businesses, which are on the water and should be considered water dependent. So if you're going to let commercial vehicles park there, I don't need a contractor's yard. People approached me. I didn't really want one. I didn't want the dirt and the havoc. I'd rather have some vehicles in there or some boats because I already have boat operations. We run a very clean operation. We spent a lot of money. We took down a very old building that was derelict for many, many years. And we put something in there that I'm proud of as a resident of Norwalk for 45 years. And my kids played hockey there. And I want a lot of other kids to play. So I just want to add that on as, the person who put my own money in and my partner's money in. I work there every day, and we'd love you to add those text changes that I think Mr. Kleppen said that he was supportive of. Certainly the first one, and the other ones with maybe some proper language would allow these to be expanded slightly under the change from industrial 1 to industrial 2. So that's all I have to say. Thanks so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Thomas Gunn.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'd like to pull up my PowerPoint.
Mr. Gunn, can you give us your address, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Tom Gunn, 19 Meadow Street.
Thank you.
I'm the only owner of the property there. We've been acting in a Zone C for 70 years as a non-conforming but legal business. And I'm requesting that we get a designation of a light mixed-use industrial.
All right, Tom, give me 1 second. It's going to prompt you. You just have to click yes when it gives you that prompt.
Thank you. I haven't been prompted yet.
Let's see. Should I ask you something about being promoted to a panelist? You just have to say yes.
I haven't seen that. Let me see. Panelist. I do not have it. Here it goes. Join as a panelist. Thank you.
There you go. Okay, now you should be able to unmute yourself at the bottom left, and then you can share screen and turn your camera on if you choose.
Unmute. Okay, we're ready to go. Basically, I'm seeking light industrial zoning approval. We've been under, as I said, the non-conforming business in a Zone C for 70 years. We have several variances that have been issued. My building was built in 1953. The building basically has been used for storage, assembly, and other business purposes. Some is light manufacturing. The building has always been used for 70 years for only business and commercial uses. My building is right here, 19 Meadow. The building next to me is also a woodworking manufacturing. I think
Tom, you just gonna let him know we can't see his screen.
I think Steve's pulling it up. Thanks, Steve.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Sorry, Tom, I should have told you how to do that.
This is my first time, so let me know when you have a picture.
We can see it now.
Okay. That's my building right there. I'm across the street from LaJoy's, from City Karting. We have Frontier here and other various industrial properties. This is the lumber yard that you've purchased. While we are close, we are not bordering or on top of the property. I would just, since we're in this area and we're across the street from all this industrial, I would just really, instead of going on forever as a non-conforming zone C, like to get a light industrial designation. Here are the two property sheets. This is my property here. It's listed as a commercial improved. This is the building next to me, about the same size, that's listed as light industrial. This is just other pictures of the street and the location. It's a better picture of my building and the building next to it. That's the town fire department next to it. This is a copy.
Mr. Gunn, we're not seeing the other photos that you're trying to share with us. We're just seeing the aerial Google view, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, Tammy, that was me. I pulled that up because he was having some difficulties. That was the best I could do. Sorry.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
So we're not going to be seeing this.
If you want to show it, Tom, at the bottom of your screen, it says share screen. You click on that and then it'll show all the screens you have open, and then you could just click on whatever documents you have pulled up.
Hang on one second. Are you getting anything?
No, we're not.
Okay, I can't find that.
It might be better if you simply make the points that you want to make about it.
Very good. Anyway, we're across the street. It's all industrial. We've been non-conforming for 60 years. We'd like to get a light industrial designation instead of continuing under the residential C when we're across the street from all this semi-heavy industrial area. And that is basically my point.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
And how can I follow up on this?
I'm not sure there'll be an opportunity to follow up. We are, when we close the hearing, we're going to be discussing action.
Okay.
Whether we take action tonight or not, I don't know.
Okay.
But at least that's the direction in which we're moving.
All right, I just wish you will make a consideration based on the length of time, being in a non-conforming zone but a legal business, and being across the street or in the area of all this heavy industrial area.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Attorney Suchi.
You're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Good evening. For the record, my name is Liz Suchi, and I'm an attorney at Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy, 1055 Washington Boulevard in Stamford. I represent LaJoy's Auto Wrecking Company, which owns property on Meadow Street in South Norwalk. We did forward to you correspondence earlier this week, which supports my client's objection to the proposed reclassification of the property from I-1 to I-2, and the associated text amendments as suggested in the industrial zones report. And I hope you've had the time to read the letter and consider its points. One comment I would like to make before I just summarize my client's position is that concepts of fundamental fairness and due process require that property owners be given the opportunity to be heard and speak tonight, particularly since new information and suggestions were shared with you to which these property owners may want to address and may have some additional comments. So even though you had indicated last time that you would prefer that there not be duplicate comments, you've already allowed one property owner to speak with his counsel. But more importantly, since comments and suggestions were raised by staff, I think that property owners should be given the opportunity to have the ability to address you whether or not they're represented by counsel. So I hope you take that under advisement.
Attorney Suchi, I thought that we said at the beginning of the hearing that people who have spoken shouldn't be speaking again unless it's on the new material that was presented.
I just wanted to make
if people want to comment on the new material who've already spoken, that seems appropriate to us.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you made that clarification. I was hoping that that's what you would say. So I would like to reiterate and I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate some of the LaJoy family's comments. As you know, the LaJoy's has been a fixture in Norwalk for nearly a century, and the neighborhood has developed and evolved around it. In its century of existence and operation, LaJoy's has served residents and local businesses along with various large companies such as Sikorsky, Pratt & Whitney, and Hubble, municipalities throughout Fairfield County, and various police and fire departments, much like the LeBlanc family. LaJoy's has been part of Norwalk in many other ways as well. It removed the restrictive bridge on Meadow Street at no charge to the city. It tows and recycles unsightly abandoned vehicles from city streets. It destroys knives, guns, and other weapons delivered to it by the Norwalk Police Department free of charge. One of its family members, James Murphy, led a successful fundraising effort just recently on behalf of the Manresa Association to raise half of the $75,000 necessary for independent economic impact analysis of the possible options of the 125-acre Manresa property. Many of the LaJoy family members continue to reside in Norwalk, raising their families here, paying taxes here, spending their time here, patronizing local businesses. LaJoy's has owned and operated with proper permits an essential recycling concern for decades. It employs more than 30 people, many of whom also live in Norwalk, raise their families here, patronize businesses, and send their children to Norwalk schools. Although LaJoy's may not be an aesthetically appealing business, it's an important one for the city and for Fairfield County. It accepts, stores, and recycles vehicles and other items that would otherwise be left abandoned on city streets or disposed of through improper means. It's one of the leading approved recyclers of mercury in the state of Connecticut, from mercury switches in cars, something that many other scrapyards fail to recycle and reclaim. It pays more than $200,000 annually to the city of Norwalk, largely in connection with its property and equipment on Meadow Street. LaJoy's intends to eventually improve and update its property, especially now that family members have come together and recognize the need to move forward into the 21st century. It contemplates new offices, a warehouse and a maintenance facility, installation of a water main and a fire hydrant, replacement of all the fencing around the property, a complete site overhaul and beautification, which is an investment of more than $1.5 million that could take up to 2 to 3 years to implement from design through local and state regulatory approval and construction. We submit to you that the proposed zone map and regulation changes under consideration will likely prevent implementation of the LaJoy family's vision and negate or severely limit the opportunity for upgrades. By rezoning the property from I-1 to I-2, LaJoy's will become a non-conforming use, much like you've heard from other property owners in this area and under these circumstances. And unless the zoning classification remains I-1 or language is adopted to provide flexibility for changes in the industry, they will be impacted by these changes. It is not likely that upgrades to the facility, construction of new buildings, relocation of existing structures and usage, new services, and adaptation to changes in the industry will be possible. Without some flexibility, the Meadow Street site will continue to operate in the condition that exists today. Further, as more and more electric cars become the vehicle of choice, LaJoy's will need to adapt to recycle these vehicles and continue to serve the needs of Norwalk. Such new technology or service may be considered an impermissible expansion of a non-conforming use if the property is zoned from I-1 to I-2 and regulation changes do not account or for this change in the industry. I submit that the zone change map and text amendment changes, an overhaul that is not an easy task and which has not been undertaken for more than 30 years, don't consider these possible new opportunities for LaJoie's. So why rush to change the zoning classification of this essential recycling business and others without further evaluating the future possibilities for LaJoie's in the city? Instead of de-incentivizing this business and looking toward the future, I would urge the commission to encourage LaJoie's to maintain and continue its presence in Norwalk and provide the assistance necessary for this recycling concern to upgrade and modernize. So on behalf of LaJoie's, I urge you to reconsider the proposed reclassification from I-1 to I-2, or at the very least, incorporate the language as suggested by my colleague, Attorney Costantini, that will allow modernization and reinvestment. I would also like to share comments now on behalf of Seaman Construction and Terzian Trucking, if you would so indulge me, or I can certainly wait till later to have other people make presentations to you and re-raise my hand at a later time. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As for Seaman Construction, my client again voices its strong opposition to reclassifying its properties from I-1 to neighborhood business. Instead, my client strongly urges this commission to reconsider and either leave the classification as I-1 so it does not become non-conforming, or change the classification if you deem that necessary to I-2 instead of neighborhood business. And this suggestion we spoke to Mr. Kleppen about last week, and it seems as if that has now come before you, and we urge you to consider this change. We also request that you consider the adopting the language that we had suggested on behalf of Brian Turner in our letter of May 2022, give some additional flexibility to Mr. Seaman and to Mr. Terzian, but it also must include language that allows property owners who currently own adjacent parcels parcels adjacent to non-conforming, to allow them to secure permits for those adjacent parcels and grow into the parcels, which we suggested is not without limitation. 2-year individuals in this circumstance to secure permits that would allow them to grow and prosper as they had intended. I ask you to take judicial notice of Mr. Seaman's personal comments and mine made on September 21st, but here are just some additional other points. The Seaman family.
Attorney Suchi, we're losing you. I'm going to suggest that you try and come back on later because we can't hear what you're saying. Brian, let's go to the next speaker.
Next we have Brian.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Brian Terzian. I was born, raised, and schooled in Norwalk. I've been in business in Norwalk all my life. I own properties at 50, 56, 58, 62, 68, and 70 Boughton Street, and 126 and 134 South Main Street, also known as 15 Woodward Avenue. At these locations, I operate Terzian Trucking Company Incorporated and TR Stone Company. We sell topsoil, sand, gravel, stone, mulch, masonry, and building materials to contractors, municipalities, and homeowners. Also, we provide a disposal site for broken asphalt and concrete, unsuitable fill material, and wood chips. Some of the materials are recycled on site and some transferred to other facilities. We have been operating in these 2 locations for over 35 years. In Norwalk, a total of nearly 50 years. By having these facilities in Norwalk, our customers avoid traveling 25 to 50 miles to obtain and dump materials, saving fuel, time, traffic, etc., and keeping prices reasonable for the end users, homeowners, contractors, etc. I respectfully request that you reconsider making the zoning changes proposed for my 2 locations. If the proposed zoning change is approved, I understand that we will be able to continue operating in a pre-existing non-conforming status. But this will eliminate the ability to expand to our neighboring properties if they should become available. Also, expanding, modernizing, or improving our existing properties will be difficult or not allowed at all. Terzian Trucking and TR Stone have successfully coexisted with our neighbors for 35 plus years. It is our top priority to respect our neighbors as much as possible. This includes dust control, noise, hours of operation, etc. While we are not perfect, we give our best effort. Our surroundings are not perfect either. One criticism in your study report is the narrow roadway on Boughton Street. This was never the case until the last couple of years. Many businesses on Boughton Street do not provide parking for their own employees. Hence, they are parking on both sides of the street and on nearby side streets. Also, the small stores on Boughton Street do not have enough parking for their customers. They are receiving deliveries with trucks blocking the road at times. Recently completed residential units might add to the problem. But we have to realize there is no perfect solution. Residential, industrial, and small stores have coexisted for over 100 years. We have to respect, cooperate, and have patience with each other. With this in mind, we can continue to coexist successfully. I know South Norwalk has had a few bad experiences with contractors' yards in the past, but it's not fair to punish those of us who operate legally with consideration for our neighbors and surroundings. I feel it is important for planning and zoning to provide adequate areas to allow our service businesses to operate. A few new areas have been added in the new proposal, but many have been lost or diminished. Also, over the past many years, a large percentage of industrial properties have been lost to make way for residential uses, office buildings, the mall, and other things. How can we afford to lose so much more? It would be my best guess that 75+% of contractors, landscapers, lawn cutters, tree services, tradesmen, asphalt pavers, excavating contractors, small contractors, etc., are in violation, either in the wrong zone, in the correct zone without permits, or parked in our residential neighborhoods throughout the city, not just in South Norwalk, parked on the side of the road, in front of and behind houses, in gas stations, behind shopping centers, in church parking lots. I am very disappointed that the study does not seem to realize that we need a solution for this huge shortage of available properties to bring these businesses into compliance. And the solution needs to be an affordable one for small contractors and businesses. Some cities like Stamford have multiple industrial parks as a possible affordable solution for small contractors. Also, a large percentage of my clientele are Hispanic contractors and contractors with predominantly Hispanic workers. Hispanic make up the lion's share of the workforce for service businesses in our general area. As is the American way, many have come to our country, worked hard, started their own businesses, and have become a great asset to our community. I wish in your new proposal, more consideration was given to their needs for affordable areas in the city, for them to operate. Many of these smaller up-and-coming businesses would be greatly missed if they were not able to remain in Norwalk. I'm disappointed to see little or no representation from these businesses at these proceedings. Many of us have worked our lifetimes to accumulate and pay for our properties. To have their present and future possible uses diminished so severely is devastating. It's my opinion that the non-conformity created and the severe reduction in allowed uses from our current I-1 zone to the proposed I-2 zone will drastically reduce the value of our properties. We have worked so hard to obtain and maintain these properties through the years. I think this is very unfair. In closing, I ask again that you reconsider making the zoning changes proposed for my two properties, leaving them both in I-1. Much of my property on Boughton Street has been a contractor's yard for over 100 years, predating zoning. Jersey and Trucking and TR Stone have hundreds of customers that have thousands of employees. I feel we provide a necessary and valuable service and supply source for our customers and the general community. I do not understand how the study report for planning and zoning would advise that we create non-conforming uses. By creating non-conformity, you are implying that our services are not needed or necessary to our community. If I were to sell my properties to someone who uses the property for a different use, our current use would be gone forever. How can you rationalize that a use like ours is not needed in a city like Norwalk? I don't see how that makes good sense. My business and other service businesses are necessary to have a successful, efficiently operating community. In the course of daily life, when you need one of these services, wouldn't you rather have a locally based contractor instead of one 20 or 50 miles away and at a considerably higher cost? Please help us to have the ability to provide these much needed services to Norwalk. Thank you for your consideration of my views.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Frank Fanzilli.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Frank Fanzilli, 95 Lexington Avenue, 97-103 Lexington Avenue, also 5 Lantern Place in Norwalk. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't have an attorney. I didn't speak last time, so I won't confuse anybody about that. I'm a longtime Norwalk resident. It's interesting for me to hear from some of these other people because my family came here in 1895, and one of the properties that I want to talk about has been in my family since then. But you know, we're longtime residents. We're residential landlords. I own 24 units in 6 buildings in the affected area. And I'll get to my problem in a second. It's a little different. I do have to say, I didn't know anything about this. And, you know, we're involved in the city of Norwalk. I'm part of the Whistleville Association. We've put up lighting and signage and flowers on the corner near the underground train trestle where Ely Avenue meets Lexington Avenue, you know, near DeFlorio's Market. You see those little things from the Norwalk Garden Club all around Norwalk. There's a Fanzilli involved in the Norwalk Garden Club. We put flowers on the greens and stuff like that. I'm a little shocked that I only received this 2 weeks ago in the mail, and I would suggest, you know, something pragmatic like send a postcard to all the people in the affected areas. It cost a couple $100 maybe, and, you know, residential owners like me would be able to understand what was going on. I do have to thank Steve Kleppen, who spent a little time with me. He alluded to this earlier today, earlier in the meeting today, and I'll come to that in a minute. So I own 95, 97, 103 Lexington Avenue, which is on your zoning map as 97 Lexington Avenue because it's not subdivided. It's 3 buildings. And I also am the majority owner of 151, 153, and 155 Ely Avenue. Most all of that would become non-conforming by what you're doing. Those are just residential apartments. We're good landlords. I provide low-cost housing. I've done it my whole life. We don't get any subsidies from the city or state. You know, when they put the sidewalks in on Lexington Avenue, people leave mattresses and garbage in front of my property. It's always cleaned up. I never complained to the city about that. You know, why am I telling you that? I'm a good citizen. Like some of these other people are household words. I've known Brian Terzian for many, many years, and the Siemens knew my dad and things like that. And I think when you make these sweeping changes, you got to look at, you know, individual properties and see the impact on these individual properties. On my property on Lexington Avenue, we had a study, the city had a study done in 2015, which included a couple properties on Lexington Avenue about increasing the residential density. It was a 98-page study. It's on the City of Norwalk website. It showed my property. They didn't get any input from me. In fact, they say in the article, they didn't, and you know, which is good. I'm completely neutral. They did a wonderful job of showing how somebody like me could improve the property, keeping the historic house in the front, which is 95 Lexington Avenue, and maybe developing the back. If this zoning change goes through the way I understand it, you know, right now I get a single 2-family house if I make any other changes on my property. And like some of the other people said, when you create these, you know, non-conforming uses, nobody wants to do anything. You can't change anything. You can't invest in your property. I mean, you know, 151, 153, and 155 Eli, different situation, bought that in 2014. Haven't taken a penny out of that property. We've repaved it. We've cleaned up all the garbage by the railroad tracks. We've planted stuff. We've put new water heaters in. We've put new sidewalk stairways in and things like that. So we really kind of invest our heart and soul in Norwalk. My 2 boys went to Norwalk High and Brian McMahon, and you know, it's frustrating kind of to hear maybe what's going on here. Let me get to the point before I wear your patience thin. Steve Kleppen, you said perhaps you could put up that zoning map for me because I don't know how to do this stuff, and I'll kind of get to the point. So if you look at Lexington Avenue and you can, Steve, I don't know if we're on my property, maybe page down a little, or I can't see what you're looking at. There you go. If you see that big blue blob, that's 97, that's my property. There's 3 buildings on that, plus some storage sheds and garages, but 3 residential buildings, 95, 97, and 103. Next to me, 91, used to be 91 to 93. There's 11 units on that. That's listed as other. You see 109 is also, I can't read the blue legend. What is that, multifamily? That light blue legend there? Can you move? There you go. Yeah, apartments. Okay. So you'll see at my end of Lexington Avenue, you know, there's a lot of real estate there that is in fact, you know, 3-family, 4-family apartments or other, and the other is in fact the 11-unit building that is now 91 Lexington Avenue. I mean, you could solve my problem pretty easily by, you know, simply not making it a C zone. I guess I'm going in the opposite direction from where everybody else is going, which is, I know they're all worried about industrial uses, and I think they all have absolutely valid points. I'm worried about residential uses. I would like to someday be able to, my property is almost an acre. I would like to someday be able to, you know, increase the housing density, modernize the housing on my property, make it something nice. As I said, I don't know if anybody looked at the 2015 study done by the Norwalk Redevelopment Agency. It had beautiful mock-ups of how you could use my property to get greater density, yet be an attractive piece of real estate for the city of Norwalk. I see no reference to that. It's only 7 years ago in anything that's been done. So one of the things I talked to Mr. Kleppen about, and he was very generous on a difficult day. He didn't say it was a difficult day. He must have his hands full today, and spending a little time with me was, you know, maybe take this and, you know, I'd like to make it neighborhood business. He said D zone, but anything would be better than C zone as far as I'm concerned. Likewise, if I go to 151, 153, and 155 Ely Avenue, that is already non-conforming. That's 2-family zone while you're doing it. You know, that's across from DeFlorio's Market. That's a 3, a 3, and a 4, and a 6-family house. You know, maybe make that neighborhood business. That seems to be more sensible than just leaving it a non-conforming 2-family zone. Anyway, that's my input. Do you have any thoughts on that?
What address you said you're at across from the Florios? What number was that? Home, Steve, can you bring it to that map?
151, 153, and 155 Eli.
So I think it would be beneficial if you had like a Google map so we could actually see the property.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to do that on Zoom.
Yeah. JJ, this isn't a conversation between us and
No, I'm
Mr.
just saying in
Fantilli.
general, it's hard to envision what they want without seeing what is there.
Well, if you just go to that map that Steve Kleppen showed you, you can see the existing residential density on, let's talk about Lexington Avenue for a minute. You can see the existing residential density on my end of Lexington Avenue is mostly apartments. There's one called Other, which is 11 units that was built in 1987, because I've been there since way before then. I was there when they built it. And it's 3-family, 4-family, you know, and multifamily. And that's simply what I'm looking for, to keep multifamily or neighborhood business on that end of the street where it's predominantly that now, instead of bringing me all the way down to a 2-family lot on almost an acre of property, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Fantilli.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're going to take another break, but just 5 minutes. But we've been listening now for an hour and a half. If we're going to be able to concentrate, we need a break. So we'll get back together at 10:12.
Thanks for that break, Lou.
Thank you. Why don't you call up the next speaker?
Sure, let's try getting Liz back on.
Okay.
You there, Liz?
Attorney Secchi, we can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know where I dropped off, and I apologize for the IT issues that were on my end. So thank you for taking the time to get me back on again.
Sure.
I'll just pick up where I left off before. Just some additional points to consider about the Seaman family. Aside from the fact that they've been in Norwalk for 5 generations as property owners, business owners, residents, taxpayers, Mr. Seaman's great-grandfather served as first selectman in Norwalk in 1956. And the Seaman entities employ city residents who depend upon its success and viability for their own livelihoods and for their continued growth and prosperity. Seaman entities are also landlords to various tenants, including minority-owned businesses who employ Norwalk residents and so they can earn a living in the city in which they live. Moreover, these Seaman entities have been and continue to be community-minded, from the more than 500 dinners they provide annually at Thanksgiving to Norwalk families, to the Christmas toy drive that supports Norwalk children, to snow plowing, to supplying labor and dumpster for the yearly Keep America Beautiful neighborhood cleanup. These are important ancillary benefits that the Seaman entities provide to the city and should not be discarded or go unnoticed. I reiterate my client's position that the current industrial 1 zone classification should remain. It protects the Seaman's investment in the city. It provides them with the best opportunity to expand as the 3rd generation of the Seaman family enters the business. Seaman companies will continue to do business in Norwalk as they have done, even if you change the zoning classification. But again, either keep it I1 or consider I2, as you've discussed tonight, as the appropriate classification as originally suggested by UTIL, and include language that gives Mr. Seaman and his entities the ability to expand, to grow, to prosper, and to adjust and adapt to the changing business landscape. Lastly, I'd like to just reiterate the objections of Brian Terzian. He did them certainly by far more eloquently than I, but again, please leave his parcels as I1, the classification that's best suited for his needs. But if you must rezone, consider industrial 2 with the language that he suggested, and which modifications were also suggested by Attorney Cosentini, because that gives him flexibility. It allows him to adapt to the changing times and the landscape before him. I'm going to withhold any other comments at this point. I'll raise my hand again later because I do have comments for the Norden property, but I would imagine you'd like to hear from some other people at this time. Thank you for your time at this point.
Thank you.
Lou, excuse me, but could we ask Ms. Suchi to just say the addresses of the Seaman properties? I know they're somewhere, but forgive me, I didn't hear that.
Sure. 46 Chestnut, 54 Chestnut, and then he is also a tenant at property at 149 Woodward Avenue, where he has a properly permitted and operating contractor's yard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one suggestion since Liz is already unmiked? It just might save time if she just rattles it off.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm saying if Attorney Suchi is already here and unmuted, it might as well just make sense if she just keeps going.
Is that all right with you, Attorney Suchi?
Whatever your pleasure is. If that's okay with you, I just didn't want to commandeer the mic tonight.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, for the members of the commission, my name is Liz Suchi, and I'm a partner at Carmody Torrance. I represent Fortis Property Group, which is the owner of more than 40 acres of property zoned restricted industrial in East Norwalk, which is likely the largest restricted industrial zone property in the city. The Fortis Property Group site, for those of you who are unaware, was the home of Norden Systems, Northrop Grumman for decades as a manufacturing and office site. It's improved with an 800,000 square foot building, which has office, manufacturing, and other uses. The property is also improved with a large data center that occupies several acres on the eastern side of the property, sandwiched in between the Avalon residential development to the east and the Norden office building closer to Norden Place. My client has asked me to voice its resolute objection to the current consideration to reclassify the existing Norden RI zone as I2. This consideration appears to be based on the September 2021 UTIL Norwalk Industrial Zone study, which on page 58 in discussion specific to Norden Place states that, quote, negative reception of the proposed warehouse distribution center both reflect the inherent challenges of developing Norden Place. This study, conducted by the Boston-based group, insufficiently versed in existing as-built property conditions or the past and projected real estate market, has seized upon a recent single event in which local residents objected to a single proposed tenant's application for a special permit for a distribution facility at the site and extrapolated this matter to change in zone and form the basis of a massive and devastating downgrade of the Norden site. If anything, the recent application described above validates the appropriateness of the existing zoning regulatory process in which a distribution facility required a special permit, which was requested and subsequently withdrawn. Interestingly, the Zoning Commission is considering reclassification of Norden to I2 without undertaking consideration of the positive recommendations identified in the industrial zone study, which, quote, encourage mixed commercial industrial users that can add to the commercial tax base of the city and create jobs, study and propose a plan for access to I-95, conduct a larger study of additional ramps or direct access points to I-95. In my client's opinion, the industrial zone study and the I2 consideration demonstrates a lack of understanding of the current and projected realities. Here are some observations to the potential uses with a change from RI to I2. Light industrial, a desire to attract industrial users may be a noble academic aspiration, but it is not consistent with market conditions and ignores the simple question as to what an industrial user does with its products. Trucking, highly discouraged. Commercial, offices are proposed to be restricted to upper floors. Education, colleges and universities currently permitted would not be permitted. And this is something that the city has been desirous to attract, a college or university within its borders. Residential, single family, no, multifamily, but on upper floors with some restrictions. So what would be permitted under I2? Some other uses that would not necessarily be any more beneficial than the uses that exist today. Transportation maintenance facilities, printing establishments, municipal utility storage yards, animal care centers. Does the city want Norden to become a massive bus maintenance facility or immense storage yard site with its associated bus and truck traffic? How many printers or breweries or animal care centers are expected in this existing 800,000 square foot building? At 78 acres, which includes the Norden site, plus the data center, plus the multifamily residential to the east, Norden is the largest restricted industrial zone in Norwalk. Its future merits a thoughtful and meaningful discussion between zoning staff and this commission and those who have owned it for more than 17 years. Reclassification to I2 will severely diminish the value of the property, make many of the uses non-conforming and highly unattractive to buyers, lessees, and lenders. This change, per my client, can be considered nothing less than a taking. As some members of the public have suggested, it would be more appropriate for action on the Norden property to be postponed until a separate, comprehensive discussion and analysis of my client's property be undertaken, so that the property owner and others can collectively and thoroughly examine appropriate uses for the property that would benefit not only Fortis Property Group, but the various constituencies and stakeholders. My client is and continues to stand ready to actively participate in any such discussions. Therefore, we respectfully request that the Planning and Zoning Commission not proceed with the proposed reclassification, and we would welcome direct discussion with staff and commissioners to explore realistic alternatives. That's on behalf of Fortis Property Group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Luis Solis.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Louis Solis. I own the properties 7, 9, 11, and 13 on Winfield Street. My whole, I guess my 2 cents, and I'm gonna make this quick as possible. Weren't we supposed to keep areas like this in the middle of a community for, what do you call it, to be able to use the train and to be able to, build our communities, not, what I'm looking at, I guess we're turning into I2, is that correct? If anybody can answer that.
Yes, for that location, I believe, Steve, correct? On Winfield?
Okay, so what we want to put is building materials, sales and storage yards in the middle of East Norwalk. Is that correct? Is that what we're looking to do?
Mr. Solis, this is not a conversation between you
Okay.
and us.
Then I will make it quick.
Okay.
I disagree with what's going on. I believe we had industrial 1 and commercial. I've been in this community all my life. I own Norwalk Pizza and Pasta, and I built Don Carmelo's Mexican Grill. We love the people here. We love the community. The last thing I really want to see in East Norwalk is warehouses. And that's basically my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next two folks that have their hands raised, I believe they spoke at the previous meeting. So any comments would have to only be made on new materials, which at this point is pretty much just Steve's latest memo.
Sir, you're muted.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, good evening. My name is Luis Garcia, and I'm a resident of 15 Bond Street in East Norwalk. And the reason for my call tonight, for my statement tonight, is to kind of do a little quick history about Norton's Place. I've been a resident in East Norwalk for the past 50 years, and I have seen how Norton's has been transformed from different uses and different types of facilities over the years. And my biggest concern right now is that, as Attorney Sushi was saying before, is that we're all very concerned in this neighborhood about making sure that we don't have the same problem that we had before with the last project that tried to come into Norton's, and it was going to be a distribution center, and it was going to be something that was going to cause a lot of problems with the roads and issue with the trucking in and out of the facility. And to this day, we still have that issue and the problem that we're all very concerned about. I do believe that Norwalk needs to have industrial zones. I also think that Mr. Copeland has done a terrific job, by the way, putting this whole thing together. And I think the board has a very difficult decisions to make tonight. So I'm just going to keep it very simple and very clear that I just hope that when making these decisions, that it's been said so many times before, that we need to probably come together and try to maybe make some concessions and some agreements that we can all live with and that we can all benefit from. And I think that's the best thing that we can do at this point, is to reschedule these changes and talk to all the people involved and all the people that have all the objections, and perhaps come to some resolutions. It's not an easy job. I'm an architect, and I can see how much work has been gone into this whole development of this zone changes, and no one really appreciates it until you really get into the nitty-gritty of all the stuff that's been going on and all the work that's been put into hopefully making Norwalk a better place, which we're all for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got some new hands up of some folks who haven't spoken before. So bring over Nick Briganti.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Dominic Briganti we have 379 15 Hemlock Place, 75 and 77 Lexington. My father and I purchased 75 Lexington in the 90s. And then the other properties followed. Now we've accumulated a little over an acre, combined lots all next to each other, with the zoning to run our landscape business out of. We employ 45 full-time employees out of those properties. A lot of our employees have been with us over 25 years. They've now purchased houses in Norwalk, have their families growing in Norwalk. I started at a young age with my dad out of college, and then been together 37 years with him full-time after that. When we first moved to Norwalk, I remember how helpful planning and zoning was for us to find a piece of property that was conforming for the type of business we do. Because in those days we came out of Darien and then it was difficult to operate with the trucks and things. And I remember how helpful it was. And then moving into South Norwalk, it was kind of a rough time. Things were a little not as, there was a lot of problems in our area, especially break-ins all the time, things like that. And the neighborhood has gotten so much better. And it just, we enjoy being there, and it's been great for our family and great for our business, great for all the people that work for us. And now we're actually in the third generation. My son just graduated. Now he's joined the company and is working full time. And just the zoning changes, are going to affect us greatly. And the limitation of trying to make lives better for the people that work for us, trying to give my son the dream that he's thinking of, it takes time. We don't get any grants or funds. It's all the time we put into the work, and then we're able to slowly build. And it takes a long time to put these things together. And then to be limited at this point would be, and all of a sudden for it to come up this quickly, it's difficult to even get our handle on it right now. And just hopefully you could look at our property like the other people are asking, and just with a different eye. And hopefully it's not all the way to the left, not all the way to the right. Somehow you meet in the middle. Take a step back, 2019, when you start. I know you put all your efforts into this, and that's the goal, to drive that through. And then sometimes it's good to take a step back. And now that you can see all the other developments that are going on around the other towns, how 95 it's like the cart before the horse, and just things, it's moves change so fast. Is it good to take a step back once in a while, rethink a little bit? So hopefully things come together a little better. And I just appreciate the time. We put a letter together, we sent it in, it was too quick for our lawyer to help, but he helped just sort of put a little thing together to say for the meeting. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to tell him that we saw the letter. It came to us today.
All right, again, the next few speakers have spoken before, so kind of limited to Steve's latest memo. So we have Joe Seaman.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to reiterate a couple things. We had a moratorium, so we weren't allowed to take out permits. And when all this study came out, the city of Norwalk paid a ton of money into this study, and it seems like we went away from the study. My properties, nowhere does it say that it should be a neighborhood business. My buildings are heavy industrial buildings. They do not support a neighborhood business, like Mr. Kleppen said. Standing in my properties, I can look across the street at I-2. Around the corner, I can see I-2. On the other side, I can see I-2. So having those businesses or the residents on that one side, they can still see I-2 all around them. My property should not affect that. I'm not conducive to neighborhood business. I think it's unfair that you guys are putting me at neighborhood business. There hasn't been one person that has spoken in 2 meetings that support these changes. We should come together. Nobody ever came to me. I'm a big property owner down there. I own 3 Merritt Street, 54 Chestnut, 46 Chestnut, and 48 Chestnut. Nobody came, asked us any suggestions or anything. Now, if I become non-conforming, there's no reason for me I can't change, I can't modernize, I can't get rid of the transfer station because I don't want to have a boutique. My family does not run a boutique. We bought these properties in order to run our businesses. And now you guys are trying to take this away from us and all the other contractors and heavy industrial uses. Rockland Road, there's 2 people that own businesses there. Rockland Road is not a heavy industrial. If you remember 10 years ago, I don't know if anybody on this board was here 10 years ago, that was a hot spot because the neighbors behind Hocon were up in arms over the rock crusher there. Every day they put complaints in. Now that's the only I-1. I don't understand how that changed. Meadow Street, these families have been there their whole lives. I'm 5th generation. My grandfather was a first selectman in 1956. And now I'm getting chased out of the town that my family's been here. Pokeny Street is my family. And now you guys are saying that we're not welcome here. You're trying to change uses. We're not changing zones. Let's try to come together to meet something. I know you have a lot of time into this, but nobody here supported it. All the property owners are against it. There hasn't been one person who has supported this change. And I'd like to just thank Mr. Kleppen for taking the time to see all these people. He's been great to meet with. And I know it was very troubling to talk to everybody. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Lou, can I just ask a question real quick? Not from the speaker, but to you. I thought you said that if an attorney spoke on behalf of a company, a client, the client could not speak as well.
No, we didn't want, excuse me, one person to come on and then have multiple speakers within that speaker, as we had with that one speaker. And I can't allow the attorney for a company to speak and not allow the owner of the company to speak.
Oh, so I got it backwards. Okay, because I thought you were saying if the attorney spoke at length on behalf of the client, it's kind of like the client then coming in the back door and saying the same thing, the exact same thing that the attorney said.
No, I guess I wasn't as clear as I should have been.
Okay. Anybody else share my observation? Tammy?
Well, JJ,
Let's keep moving forward.
Yeah, Lou did say that.
I just want some clarity on the process. That's
No,
all.
no, that was perfectly appropriate.
Well, no, people could speak again if they were speaking to any changes that were recent, and that last speaker did.
Let's go to Brian. Who else have we got?
So we got a couple hands of some new speakers, so go to them. Chris Harvey Smith.
Didn't he
Yeah,
just?
No.
He had asked a question earlier.
My name is Chris, and I live at 31 Taylor Avenue. I own a property at 1 San Vincenzo. And I came on early when you were discussing the hospital. And
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. It's getting late, and 5 o'clock comes early. I asked for a little leeway with my attempt to be heard. I'm a little out of my element and way out of my pay grade. The challenges business operators face today in today's climate is already daunting, and the proposed changes, zoning changes, just make it much more overwhelming. I'm still in shock. Since hearing the news of the proposed changes, I am without necessary resources and appropriate time to truly defend, and ability too. Like the others have said, a tiny notification, Norwalk Hour, and sending a letter out a week before the hearing that can't even be in person is far from adequate, in my opinion, not very democratic. I have been a lifelong resident of Norwalk as well. I went through all the Norwalk public schools and started my business in 1981, and then in 1992, I started the one I currently have. We employ 16 people and service over 150 places in the area. Some clients for over 40 years. I was once even considered essential. I always try to do my best. I operate, do my best, do a great job, operate legally, but it's getting harder. Many of the difficulties I face today are largely because of government policy, affecting costs, interest, energy, work culture, and now going from I1 to a D zone. I understand the vision for future in Norwalk, but a vision that will be reducing the heavy industrial zones by 70% is maybe short-sighted. It will make things more expensive for everybody who needs contractor services, and that's everybody. More travel for everything, less available land, and more expensive to operate. There's just not enough commercial land now. And if we're stout, which I guess is the goal, where are we to go? And where are the people we employ go? The last meeting was very educational, listening to the attorneys describe what it will take to simply rent a place as small as 500 square feet was astonishing. All the red tape to get through and the added costs and time involved. Unfortunate and very sad. And now what I've learned tonight is my head's spinning. Literally so much information. And I wish I had the time to do more research on this, but you know, I have a job, I have to work. When I first started looking for a yard, I had an opportunity to purchase 349 Martin Luther King for 100 grand. But when Mr. Green at PNC asked me what I did, he said, no, contractor's yard at that location, said wrong zone. So I continued to look. I looked at many places and everything I looked at was very expensive. I finally purchased the property at the top of Hemlock on San Vincenzo in 07. And although it was six times as much for the land value, I felt fortunate. Now at present, under the new changes, the lot at 349 Martin Luther King is going to be legal. And mine, which up till now, legal, will become illegal. When I first was looking at businesses, I ended up purchasing business properties. I felt right at home here. I felt it was a good fit on Hemlock. There were every yard was a landscaper yard. It seemed like a wood shop, tree service, manufacturing company, mechanic, refuse company, and there was also a lot at the bottom that was had many contractors in it. You know, that's now been subdivided into 2 contractor yards. You know, I've been a good neighbor up here. The town of Norwalk doesn't even take care of half the road. I've been taking care of it since 2007, and before they didn't even plow San Vincenzo. I used to use my machine to plow the road and push countless people at the condos at the end of the road, off the road. I keep the sidewalk open. I pick up garbage constantly. You know, I really try to be a good neighbor. You know, life gets fast and furious though, and you get busy and you know, I know I could take better care of my yard, and I do plan to do that. You know, I took out the mortgage thinking I will sell it one day and use the money towards retirement, also thinking that being a contractor yard, it would hold its value, or at least most of it. Another reason to acquire it was for security of not being asked to leave and stability against rent increases. I had faith in the town and the value of its word. You know, I hear all this nice stuff, you know, at the last meeting, oh, at perpetuity, nothing changes, or you're grandfathered in, it takes 10 years for anything to happen. That to me is not very secure or stable. Without the foundation of an industrial zone, what we have becomes totally vulnerable. To me, it's like removing the foundation of my house. If I thought that could be possible, I never would have purchased this property. And if I didn't respect the rules, I would have purchased 349 Martin Luther King. I read about the grandfather terms, you know, terms of sale, renting, remodeling, all limited. And if the building's damaged beyond 50%, we cannot rebuild. And that other attorney, you know, contradicted that, but I don't see that in what I read in the town. But most importantly, the value of my property is high because there's very few of them, and because it's a rarity, it's more valuable. But if we change the zone, it loses a tremendous amount of value. I did some research with a realtor who had access to all the industrial zones and all, you know, resident D zoning, and the significance is in the decline is astonishing. It's more than a third. Excuse me, I would end up with a third of the value of what I have. You know, as mentioned in the last meeting regarding the 55-page study, industrial zones are needed. Exporting the current legal businesses to other cities and or other areas, or in areas here in Norwalk, creates an unfair burden and most likely drive more behind their homes. This will be felt by everybody. Traffic is already horrible, and everything is already really expensive, and it will get more expensive. I can just, you know, I currently can get just about everything I need locally, but if I must travel to do that, well, it's obvious what'll happen. You know, everything will get expensive, and it's just common sense. If these changes are enacted, the minuscule amount of legal industrial one zones left will get more expensive. And at the time when there's so much uncertainty in the economy, inflation, interest rates, especially for commercial loans, are already out of my reach and out of reach for many. Relocating to Bridgeport is just not feasible to me. That would add roughly 3 hours a day in travel time for just me, not now multiply that by how many people and how many companies. The current policies being pursued are short-sighted. What happens if when Bridgeport changes the zoning laws? Maybe the same question was asked about Norwalk, and zoning changes were changed in Darien, New Canaan, Westport. We're not a town, we're a city. You know, I also want to point out about some of the changes in the zones, increasing the property value, decreasing the areas, excuse me, the property values are lower in these areas of industrial, in these industrial areas, but it makes it more affordable for people to find homes there. Increasing the property values of the residential properties in those areas makes it harder for people to buy first-time homes or pay rent. This also creates a windfall for the people who already live in these areas. People who knew what they were buying at the time, people who may not have been able to afford the homes they now live in, if the zones were changed, they will now benefit from this, while the value of contractors' yards who also thought they knew what they were buying decreases. I was informed that the city of Norwalk is just trying to repair zoning mistakes over the past 6 decades, messy contractor yards and trucks. But as mentioned earlier, if a lot of those rules and laws were enforced, there would be less complaints. And just, I'm sorry to be cynical, but maybe allowing those complaints to persist just, helps to support your decision. The planning and zoning board is going to vote, not the property owners. We can only be heard. So much money has been handed to the states to spend. This can dramatically speed up the rate of change as well as the size of them. That's a lot of power. I also, running a business in this area, running a business period is very hard when I'm competing against the city and the towns, for the land and for the labor, and there's so much free stuff offered, but with stipulation that they can only make a certain amount of money, to qualify for these benefits. This consequentially keeps them from working 40 hours and forces them into the cash market, which is thriving. A cash market out of the reaches of taxes, a cash market many of these people are totally taking advantage of and absolutely loving, but there is no such thing as free, as we know. I've lost 2 workers already this year alone because of that very thing. And those workers are working, but they're getting paid in cash. In closing, I wish the board would allow Hemlock and my yard at 1 San Vincenzo to remain Industrial 1, as it already predominantly housing contractor yards. The whole road is contractor yards, especially during this uncertain time, and think other options can be, thought about to improve the quality of life for its residents. It's all or nothing. There's no, hey, let's, what can we do? It's just, this is the rule of law, and and that's it. But this is going to crush me, and I'm sure it's going to crush a lot of other people. And I see all this development going up, all this housing going up, and everything like that. And then I heard last week, the other meeting, the people from Shorefront Park and Village Creek and Harbor View people speak. That they don't want all that development. They want to keep their community charming. Change is inevitable, but hopefully it could be more methodically thought of and involve more people, like it's been mentioned by others who spoke tonight. And I wish I'd had a more ability to be able to make my point, but I'm just doing the best I can. And like I said, I've been up since 5, and tomorrow 5 o'clock comes early, and I'm kind of tired and wired at the same time. But I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Lisa Britton, 19 Shorefront Park. I want to say that, I've been on this call since 7. It's heart-wrenching to hear what I've been hearing for the last couple of hours. It's also frustrating that the public didn't get to weigh in on the continuation of this public hearing until 9 o'clock this evening. I can't help but think that the hospital thing could have waited another week or 2. I surely just briefly want to say, these sweeping changes, I don't know if it's being driven by, like I said, the lack of ordinance enforcement for some bad contractor yards, but this seems like the wholesale change of a part of the city. And I can't help but think this about a transfer of wealth. If I think back to 957 and the properties that were confiscated and then 20 years later taken over by a private company and a mall was built. Again, these are businesses that have been part of the fabric of Norwalk for a long time. And I can't help, I'm a little bit on the cynical side. Is this being driven by, some cleaning up some contractor yards, or is this Hartford? And I ask you guys to think real seriously about these sweeping changes and the complete gentrification of a city that I think is being directed by Hartford. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we have Diane Cece.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good evening again, commissioners and chair. I will keep my comments to the memo, to the new memo, and to the new information that was provided to you tonight by some other speakers. I first want to say, before I get into the memo, that after reading the memo, and I only just read it tonight, I hadn't realized that it had been issued after the prior meeting. But then also listening to the new speakers and to some of the attorneys as well, that it's starting to really become apparent to me that, as other people call it, that this plan may not be quite ready for prime time. And it's something that, given the sentiment, I think one of the last speakers even just mentioned to you that now through the course of 2 hearings, and I believe all the emails you've received as well, that there hasn't really been any positive feedback on this, on either side of the debate about balanced industrial versus quality of life in the city. And I'm also noticing tonight that I think even with the changes in the things that are acknowledged in the memo, where Director Kleppen is making some changes relevant to the last public hearing, that I'm not sure that this plan, the way you're reviewing it now, actually will achieve what you think the desired outcome is. And to be quite honest with you, there's nothing in the memo or anything I heard tonight that actually clarifies that any more than it did at the last public hearing, quite honestly. But whatever your interpretation is of the desired outcome, I would urge you to think about it in that point of view. Does what you're seeing tonight in this plan actually achieve that? And I would question that. And then I would go on to say that not only may it not achieve that in terms of economic development and balance of industrial use, but I think what you heard tonight, and even what's still the new things in the memo, there's a lot of unintended consequences here, obviously, and things that even I wasn't aware of as a personal proponent of looking to try to balance quality of life with the need for industrial. I thought that there was some safe haven in the fact that Mr. Kleppen suggested modifications that would have legal non-conforming. Clearly, I didn't really understand what that meant. So I have a much better understanding of it tonight. And I would suggest that just based on that, from what I've heard from property owners, there could be some pretty serious unintended consequences here. To the memo itself on page 2, I'm sorry, I have a copy in front of me now, so I can't bring it up, but I'm sure you have it there. I first do want to thank Mr. Kleppen for the list he provided of the additional uses. There were some things in there that did appear to be oversights. I'm glad it was caught. For example, the things we would support are adult daycare, the live workspace, artist live workspace, and of course a vocational and trade school as well. Not too keen on boat storage and commercial recreation and stuff. And I found it interesting that you heard from a speaker tonight, or I'm sorry, that in Mr. Kleppen's memo, he refers to commercial recreation as not significant job creators, when in fact his memo doesn't really do anything to address the uses that ENNA has objected to as not being significant job creators. And most of these are not only not significant job creators for our community. They don't really add anything to the grand list in terms of tax revenue. So if the litmus test for achieving your goals under this plan has to do with job creation and economic development and tax revenue, then I think we're missing the mark here. But I think also I just want to try to be positive to say, I think that there's time to course correct. And I hope that you don't intend to take a vote. It seems like there's got to be a lot more discussion on this and maybe send it back to the drawing board. I know that there's been a couple of years worth of work and a lot of work by staff and consultants and by volunteer committee who worked on this. But for those of you who have been around for a long time, you've heard me say this for years and years. It's really better to send something back to the drawing board than to approve something based on how hard people worked on it or how long they've been working on it, quite honestly. On page 3 of the plan, Mr. Kleppen is suggesting, in recognition of the concern with the commercial vehicle storage yards, his solution to our concern with that is simply to stipulate that they would still be allowed, but with vehicles that don't exceed 26,000 pounds. So again, I would say commercial vehicle storage yards are not the type of industry that would create a number of jobs or well-paying jobs. They certainly wouldn't add to the grand list in terms of personal property tax for business property. And I think that as a storage yard, it's not literally storage, it's also vehicles that are in and out. And so this creates a havoc in terms of quality of life. Now, I'm going to mention this at the end as well, but while I'm reading that, I wanted to ask you commissioners, as I've seen in other communities they do, is to be sure to ask staff when they're presenting this stuff to you and to the public to provide you with examples that people can relate to. And in this case, I just, I don't know what 26,000 pound vehicle is. I see that Mr. Kleppen has identified for you things like tradesmen and delivery trucks, heating, oil, and propane, but excludes dump trucks. But I would like to see a couple of pictures of a 25,000 pound truck. And also I would like to see his interpretation of the size parcel that this use would be allowed for. And then maybe superimpose over that the exact number of vehicles that could be stored there. And so that you would have, you and the public would have very good visual representation of what this would mean in our community in East Norwalk, should you approve this. I certainly can't visualize it. And when I do, I have to tell you, the picture that comes to mind is pretty horrifying. So, and I don't think I'd be over exaggerating that at this point. You've already heard us speak before on number 5 on his list is warehousing. You've heard us speak ad infinitum on warehousing in East Norwalk, and I think you heard from some other people tonight, except for something that's very, very small scale and meant for a very small operator that's serving the immediate Norwalk area. We don't desire to have warehousing in our community. We don't have the infrastructure for it, and the impact on quality of life is too broad. And so while I agree that in that type of a smaller use, I agree with Mr. Kleppen that it's not out of that it would be something good to have the ancillary use to have retail, which would support that business. But again, if it's something that we're talking about the size of warehousing that we discussed at the last meeting, I would say that his suggestion in here also has to be revisited as well. And so then on page 6, I just want to talk about Norden for a minute. So, and to a degree, I want to thank Attorney Suchi for speaking tonight on behalf of her tenant or her client who's there that does own property. I want to point out when you're looking at Norden that it may be a matter of semantics, but I want to make sure we're all singing off the same page here. When ENNA, and in my last comments on the 21st to you, when we were speaking about Norton, and a bunch of us refer to it as Norton Park. We're talking about the entire parcel that's identified today as restricted industrial. And I can either share my screen, or either Mr. Kleppen or Mr. Baker can bring up the map. And when I'm talking about this parcel, I just would like you to look at it so that you can get an idea of just how large this is.
Ms. Cece, we've already heard your comments on
Well,
Norton.
this is in reference to Mr. Kleppen's page 6 of the
Yes,
memo.
but you're still just repeating what you've already said before.
Well, no, I'm getting to his new points in the memo, but I would like the commissioners to actually look at the parcel so that I can refer to that on the screen so that they can see what I'm speaking about. Can I share my screen, or can you bring it up, Steve? Either the interactive map or the one from the study. And while we're waiting on that, so let me just clarify that our prior comments were not related to the parcel that was in question, or just for the parcel that was in question for the special permit that was withdrawn. That's only one portion of Norton. So when he brings up this map, you're going to see the entire parcel here. If this parcel gets changed to industrial 2, and we have those uses in there that we still object industrial, all the parcels from the beginning of Norton Place coming in from the Strawberry Hill all the way out to beyond what was Avalon that goes to the Westport line, every single acre in that property could then be used for the uses that he still has in here. So now Mr. Kleppen points out to you that our objection had been to not identifying the size of what some of these uses would be. So I just want to clarify that now to say that it was both the use and the size. In page 6, he says that the building material storage yards would be defined then as via site plan for anything under 20,000 square feet. But then he puts in via special permit would be greater than 20,000 square feet. Now, if you look at the size of the Norton parcel, those types of facilities could really be throughout the parcel. It would be overwhelming in this community to have that. I also want to point out here that this is another example where I think the commission should be requesting from staff to have very representative examples of exactly what size these types of uses would be. For example, the other night, I actually listened in and watched a Westport Planning and Zoning public hearing, and they require applicants to provide visual representation to their commissioners, both for the height, the size, and the style of buildings as well. And so when you're looking at the memo, it may seem to you that what Mr. Kleppen is suggesting is reasonable when he says under 20,000 square feet. But I think it's really important that they provide examples to you, visual and iconic examples that you would recognize in Norwalk of buildings that are that size and larger. And I think once you take a look at that, you would agree with me that there's still questions, even with these changes, on just what could happen with the magnitude of change at Norton. The other point that he makes in the memo is regarding the commercial vehicle storage yards. And that new change, I don't really clearly understand. His notes are that it would limit it to parcels that do not exceed 2 acres. And so the parcels within, I think there are multiple parcels within Norton Park, but there are also, when we're talking about I-2, to one of the other speakers' points, we're not just talking about Norton. Our objections were to these uses in I-2. So we're still talking about Winfield, Fitch, Fort Point, Rowan, etc., in the center of East Norwalk. And so this change that is potentially going into limited to 2 acres really doesn't do anything to protect the community. And then also the next point he makes is that staff didn't feel there were any changes necessary for transportation maintenance terminal warehouses. And I'm really frustrated and disappointed to see that, because again, East Norwalk does not want to become the path of least resistance for bus and other transportation vehicles for maintenance. I'm not sure, you know, what revenue, what economic development benefit that would have, but it would certainly have a dramatic quality of life impact on our community. And so his last point, where he's talking about Norton proper versus all of, where he's talking about the part of Norton property that is the one that was under consideration for the special permit. He says that it might make sense to discuss this with the property owner before proceeding. And I just want to point out that when we're talking about Norton, we're not just talking about unit 10A and B, we're talking about that entire map that you see in front of you. And of course, we would welcome an opportunity with Attorney Suchi and or city staff to participate in discussion for what the best uses might be there. So I wanted to point those items out to you from the latest information to say there's still a lot of concern. And then from the new speakers tonight, I think that you heard enough that that this plan may need some new consideration and go back to the table a little bit more. Despite some of the positive changes that are in there, it needs some more work. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, Chairman Schulman. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
May I just make a point of clarity, Lou?
Hold it until we finish with the speakers, if you would, Mike.
Well, it just pertains to, actually, no, it's important, I think, because it's just important in terms of everyone should know that the green space at Norton that is beyond Avalon is in permanent conservation easement that was granted when Avalon was approved. So when someone says all that green space beyond Avalon is in play, it is actually not. It's deed restricted. So I just want to make that clear.
Thanks, Mike.
And I thank Diane for her comments. I just wanted to make that clear.
Brian, anyone else? Brian, you're muted.
Miss Cece raised her hand again. I'm assuming she wants to respond to Mr. Mushak, but that's it.
Yeah. Brian? Has he fallen asleep?
I don't know where he went, but we do have Luigi DeCunto, and I don't recall if that individual had spoken previously or not, Mr. Schulman.
Doesn't ring a bell with me.
All right. Okay, Luigi, you can just, you're good. You're good to go.
Good evening. Good evening. Yes, I have spoken for. I just want to make sure that I had sent a couple letters into the chairman, and I wanted to make sure that he had received them for this evening.
Yes, not only did I receive them, they were forwarded to the members of the commission.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anybody else there?
No, that is it.
Okay. And do you wish to comment on what you've heard?
Yes, but I don't know if we want to do it now. It's 11:05. It's pretty late. It's obviously your call. I think, we did over 2 hours tonight. We did a few hours last time, so I think everybody's had an opportunity to weigh in. It's up to you if we can.
Let me
close the hearing and
let me poll the group. We can close the hearing except for action, which we could take at our next meeting, or we can push through and take action this evening. What What's the feeling of the group?
Well, I can only speak for myself.
That's fine.
I mean, I think we heard enough. I think we should just, it's interesting hearing not only the different owners, but the length of history they have with Norwalk. And it speaks volumes to us. I think the zoning changes should be tabled. We should look at it with, with an isolated basis rather than grouping up properties. I took a drive on South Main and Meadow and Winfield Street. So
Steve, I'm just trying to find out.
Obviously
you're in favor of not taking action.
No, not action. I think we just shouldn't, put this forward now.
I hear you. Okay.
So
I'd like to hear from the other commission members. You want to take action, try and take action this evening, or would you like to discuss it at our next meeting?
I'd like to table it because it's a lot to digest.
Okay.
We've been here all night and it's just exhausting to try to now come to, an infinite decision. So I vote to table it until the next meeting.
Okay, that's fine. How about you, Nick?
Yeah, I'm in the same. I'm definitely not against the program, but it's more of I think we're going to get into some finer details of things that's going to be worth having time to go into some of the nuances of the details and not feeling rushed.
Okay. Hector?
Same way. I think we need to put these with white gloves and take the time for the completion.
Okay. Galen?
I've got a headache.
Yeah, well, I think we all do.
So I don't know. It seems a shame not to take action because it will just be back to here.
More individuals, more.
No. We closed the hearing to the public, and at the beginning of our next meeting, this is the first action item.
Okay, and then Steve will have his rebuttal, and then we'll have our discussion and we'll vote, right?
Exactly. Mike?
I definitely don't want to vote tonight, but I do want to ask Steve one question that I think we can all think about. What is Steve Kleppen? What would it take to carve out every single property where we would create a non-conforming use and leave it as is, and then proceed to discuss the zoning changes?
There'd be no zoning change.
Well, there would be, because there's a lot of properties that do not have non-conforming uses on them. They would not have non-conforming uses.
Well, Tammy, I'd like to hear from you.
Thank you, Lou, and everybody else. I would advocate for not making a decision this evening, and I would highly advocate for the commissioners to be able to kind of have a conversation, a dialogue about all of the comments that residents, business owners have made, because I think they bring up a lot of good points. And, when we're just sitting looking at maps, it's much different than when you're hearing, real citizens, real business owners. And I think I would like to take their comments into consideration in a sort of a dialogue situation with all my other fellow commissioners.
Okay. This hearing for this evening is closed, but we'll hold it open for the purpose of taking action at our meeting on October 19th. In the meantime, I can't say this strongly enough. You should not be discussing this with anybody, not even with other commissioners, not with your wives, your husbands, certainly not political people, and certainly none of the people who are affected by these regulations. You simply cannot do that. So with that in mind,
I'm not doing that, just to clarify, in case if you were directing your comment toward me, since I'm the one that I want to hear what my fellow commissioners are.
You'll hear that on the 19th when we meet.
Great, thank you.
But not before.
And my question was not rhetorical,
No,
just.
no, I understand, Mike.
Right. It was like-
Steve, do you want
It
to
was a
respond?
question that I would actually
Mike's
like a
question?
serious answer to.
Can you, I think I got it, but do you mind just rephrasing it again?
Yes, what would it take and what would it mean to just carve out every single non-conforming use that would be created and leave that as is, and then continue with the discussion of the zone changes?
I mean, I suppose you could do that. I would probably tend to agree with Ms. Wells that you're probably at that point, you're not rezoning much of anything. I mean, we could look at that more closely. I mean, we looked at the contractor yards for the nonconformities. We could look at all the other uses. I would also keep in mind some of the reasons that some of those latter changes happened in terms of some of the lots got rezoned based on, you know, the school was going to go down there. So that had a big impact on our thinking and changes. So that there were recommendations that came from other bodies to this effort as well. So just kind of keep those things in mind.
Well, we didn't hear from anybody else. I mean, really, no one spoke in favor of this over 2 nights, as many tonight spoke.
Frankly,
And that's actually quite remarkable.
Well, I want to
say that for years.
Wait a second, I don't want to be discussing this now. Save all of this for the 19th.
Hopefully we can remember on the 19th, Lou, we got to write down notes. We have to write down these notes because, hey, you know, that's why I wanted to vote on today, because I have to write everything down. Because the
Well, that may well be true.
Exactly.
You can also
so what is
listen to this again.
I once again, I have question on process. Okay, so the first one I have is just at your announcement at the very beginning of tonight's meeting, how we have to stay present on screen. And I agree with that, you know, the people calling in want to know that we are listening to them and that we are present. I want to put it on the record that I don't get home until 5:55. It's literally, when I walk through the door, I'm turning on the screen. And whenever if I take a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break, I'm literally eating. Do you want to see me eating on the screen?
No, I'd rather, no. So
that's why I turned my video off.
I've been paying attention to that this evening, and yes. My overall judgment is we did really well. A couple of people went off for a couple of minutes at a time. I didn't. I don't think that there's anything there to criticize.
Okay, no, I was just making a statement.
Yeah. And my comment, by the way, was not directed at anyone.
Yeah, but it's very hard to sit through a 4-hour session with only one 10-minute break.
This is outrageous. This is an outrageous amount of time. For one thing,
5 hours.
5 hours.
The Renzulli folks who said they took 10 minutes took 40 minutes.
Well, I mean, we put too
and
much
that
on the
puts
plate.
us a half hour behind right there.
Well, we had a lot on our plate today.
I think all of us want to get to bed. We do have just a little bit more business to conduct, and I think we can do it very quickly. Can I have
say on something so important, I'm okay to spend the time listening to the public.
I agree with you, Mike, 1000%.
I ate my pasta so fast in that break. I've never played a pasta so fast in my life.
The business owners were very, very organized, and I'm very impressed how they came prepared. But once again, to your point, Mike, where were the residents? And I'm wondering, were they even informed? So this is another thing that makes me want to just table this and give the everyday person a chance to chime in on this.
Well, that's the point.
Let me just make one comment. This is very technical stuff we're dealing with here. I'm not at all surprised that there was no one speaking in favor of it. This is way above the heads of the public. And for those for whom it may not be, I'm not sure they care. But with that, can I have a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting?
I abstain.
Okay, Hector has made the motion. JJ, did you second?
Yes.
And I abstain. And I abstain, Lou.
Right. Steve's going to abstain. He wasn't at the meeting. All of those in favor? just
Actually, I
raise your
should
hand.
abstain because I wasn't at the last one. I
Well,
read
then you
everything,
can't
but I-
second either.
Yeah.
Can I have another second?
Yes.
Okay, Nick seconds. All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous among the folks who are at the meeting.
Friends, make sure you take notes.
We have to deal with this issue of the election again. I don't believe Steve was at the last meeting. And I don't know if there was anyone else. Steve, the nominating committee made its recommendations. And they are that I stay as chair, that Mike stays as vice chair, and that Nick takes over as secretary. I have to ask for those people who were not at the meeting, do you want to nominate anybody else for any position, or do you want to nominate
I do.
yourself?
I want to nominate Lou as the chairman, not the chair, the chairman. I think that's a better way of saying it. Not chairwoman, but chairman.
I want it to be non-sexist. Okay, then those positions stand. Second item is the calendar. Everybody received the calendar? That's what it looked like.
No,
I
I
didn't
didn't,
get it.
I did not send that out since we're working on that one
Okay.
date, so I'll get that out.
Oh, okay. Well, let me tell you what it is. It's basically meeting as the majority of members wanted on Wednesday evenings rather than Thursday evenings.
When will that start, Lou?
Starts January 4th.
Thank you.
If that's acceptable, I'd ask for a motion to approve the calendar.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Tammy makes a
Second.
motion. Steve seconds. Just a raise of hands. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Steve, Brian, you've got your calendar. Steve, any further comments?
Good night.
I guess we're looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Okay, Tammy made the motion, Hector seconded, we're adjourned. Thank you all.
Good night, everybody.
Very much.
Thank you, everyone.
appreciate it.
Night, night, night.
Night, Steve Kleppen. Good night.